year for the bundler wars. From RS 2024 was a crazy year for the bundler wars. From RS Pack to farm to bun, things just kind of got wild. But instead of slowing down as we approach 2025, it looks like we're going to be going even faster, like as fast as Rust. Because Rolldown 1.0 is finally in beta, and this is very exciting, especially for y'all Vite users, because Rolldown is going to fundamentally change how Vite works, and with that, we should get some really big performance wins. You know what else I hope performs well? This sponsor. Today's sponsor is SingleStore, and if you're dealing with an old Mongo database or are tired of trying to figure out vector stuff, this one's for you. When they say they're the only database you'll ever need, they actually mean it. On a single query, you can do everything from crazy vector lookups to keyword matches to sums and dot products, all the crazy stuff you have to do for analytics in the same query, and it's super, super fast. It's so fast that if you use them as a drop-in replacement for Mongo, yes, you can just drop it in an existing Mongo project. It is 100 times faster. No changes needed in your code. You just switch the connection string to SingleStore and it works. Their free tier is free for life and you can self-host it in Docker. It's fully compatible with the MySQL Wire protocol, so anything that works with MySQL will work with SingleStore. Same with anything using Mongo, which is kind of nuts. Crazy to have all of that support, all of that functionality in a single high-quality database like what they built here. Thank you, SingleStore, for sponsoring. Check them out today at soydev.link/SingleStore. So Rolldown is possibly the new bundler I've been the most excited about, both because it has the most obvious path for adoption, but also it's taking one of the biggest bets. There's a couple bundler projects going on right now, and we should probably talk about them all in order to understand what makes Rolldown so interesting. For a long time, there was one bundler, Webpack. You've been around for almost any amount of time. You're probably relatively familiar. My original web dev journey kind of started with Webpack. It was my first real deep dive into modern web. It was trying to upgrade some projects to the latest version of Webpack. I think it was the 1 to 3 upgrade, which was, I learned a lot. Let's just say that much. There are things before then, the good old Browserify days. Browserify, right? Yeah. Browserify is like the OG, but Webpack was the one that like really took over. There have been other notable efforts, though. The big ones, I would say, are Parcel and Rollup. Parcel is largely by Devin Govette. He works at Adobe, and the goal was almost like it fit alongside like Yarn, if that makes sense, where it looked at things Webpack was doing, and it was like, I see you, bro, but there are some opportunities here to make things suck a lot less, and that's the direction Parcel is trying to do, is almost like a Webpack, but finer tuned type thing. Rollup, however, was created by someone y'all might be familiar with if you're here a lot, Rich Harris, the creator of Svelte. And Rollup was a fundamental rethinking of what a bundler should be, with the goal of being way simpler and way less config. I still remember the first time I like dove into Rollup and was trying to configure all of my like bundled chunks and outputs. And then I realized Rollup, if I gave it no config, actually did a better job bundling because its semantics around all that it's a great bundler. Rollup is awesome. Personally, of these, Rollup is the thing I liked the most, but Webpack is the thing that was the best supported. So it's what most of us ended up on, especially us React devs, especially us Next.js devs. But this was, you know what, I'm going to break this up. We'll have Gen 0, which was Browserify, and Gen 1, Webpack, and eventually Parcel and Rollup. I'm counting these all as the same generation. People might be mad at me, whatever, because we're here today to talk about Gen 2. Gen 2 was kicked off by a really cool project named ESBuild. ESBuild was created by Evan Wallace, who was the CTO of Figma at the time. His goal is to make a really fast builder and bundler for our JavaScript code. Imagine a code base the size of Figma's and how slow things must be in that world. ESBuild was from scratch written in Go, which at the time, almost all of these bundlers were written in JavaScript. So it was a big deal to write it in something else. And we can see the performance win here. Webpack was at like 41 seconds for this test build. Rollup 4 was at 35 seconds. Parcel 2 was closer to like 15, still way too slow. And then ESBuild comes in at 0.39. The important thing to know about ESBuild is that it's not a bundler in the traditional sense where it bundles everything into one JS file or the right subset of JS files that you're looking for. ESBuild is more a transformer. It takes all the fancy syntax and things we write in our JavaScript, like, TypeScript or, React code with JSX, and it transforms all of that into JS that the browser can run. But when you look at what ESBuild outputs, it's not a small number of big files. it's a giant number of small files. And if you have a big enough code base and you're using ESBuild, it might just not work for you because the browser can't load that many files. So ESBuild, despite being revolutionary, which it absolutely was, it wasn't quite production ready in the traditional sense. But for things like dev builds, incredible. I'm going to move this lower and you'll understand why in a second. Another project that you might have heard about, on and off, depending on how often you're here, TurboPack. TurboPack is actually created by the original creator of Webpack, who now works at Vercel working on TurboPack full time. The goal of TurboPack is to make a from-scratch Rust-based rewrite of Webpack that is as close to fully compatible with the Webpack API as possible. The goal being allowing us to take all of our old Webpack code bases, move them over to TurboPack with zero or near zero changes, and just have faster builds. It has taken a while. I have no idea if it will ever happen. Maybe someday, but we're going to have to hope. And hopefully all of this helps a little more with the context for roll down. If TurboPack is the Rust rewrite of Webpack, roll down is the Rust rewrite of rollup. You might be thinking some weird thoughts right now, like, why are we rewriting both of these? Why aren't we making something new? Why does anyone care about rollup? Especially the creator of Vite. Because Evan You created Vite. If you're not familiar, somehow, watch more of this content. And yes, our RIP Snowpack, it deserves a shout out here. I don't know where I'll even fit that though. Vite is very interesting because Vite's not a bundler in the sense that it actually is the thing that turns your JavaScript into other JavaScript. Vite is a bundler that doesn't do the bundling itself. Vite's actually two pieces. Vite is using a different bundler in dev and in prod. Because in dev, it's okay to have the huge pile of those JS files, but in production, you want an actual minified set of files. So with dev, we have ESBuild, but in production, Vite uses rollup. This is great because you get insane, like literally instantaneous hot reloads when you're using Vite in dev. So when you make changes, you see the change super, super fast. But in production, rollup is used instead, so we still get all the fancy bundling characteristics and optimizations that rollup has baked in. There's a couple problems though. First and foremost, you now have different bundlers for these different environments, which can make trying to match behaviors across them annoying. A lot of work has been put in for Vite plugin authors and people building frameworks around Vite to make sure that both dev mode and prod mode work properly because these things are so different. It also means that you don't get the incredible performance that you expect from Vite once you actually start shipping the code to a server to be built. The building and the bundling of an app with Vite for production does not see the massive performance wins that you see in dev mode. It also means once your code base is big enough that the dev mode starts to have problems because you have too many files going to the browser because it's not taking them all and putting them into one JS file. It's creating a new JS file for every single thing in your code base for the most part. Evan You saw this as a challenge. This stack worked great to get Vite where it is today. This is still how you're using Vite right now, almost certainly, depending on how long this video gets viewership for, to be determined. But today, things change because if roll down is successful, we're going to have one bundler for both of these. We're going to be using roll down for both. This is dope for a bunch of reasons. First off, we now have the same thing in dev and prod. Second off, the entire Vite ecosystem should continue to work as expected because if roll down is properly API compatible with rollup, then all the plugins can just use their production mode and it works in dev too. This is a very promising development. And all the numbers that I've seen so far are very promising overall. If we look at their benchmarks, which I actually took the time to run, we'll see if we compare roll down with RSPack, ESBuild, and rollup, all in a code base that has, I think, 10,000 files is what I ran this on. You had a 10,000 file app. Rollup took 22-ish seconds to run. ESBuild took 800 milliseconds, so a bit under a second. RSPack took 2 seconds, which is still really good. Roll down took 600 milliseconds. This is what's so cool about roll down, is we're getting numbers slightly better than ESBuild, but with all of the bundling characteristics and behaviors that we would expect from a true, fully fledged out bundler like rollup. But what does this mean in reality? Well, sadly, from my experience so far, reality is not quite as shiny as these numbers look. There are places that I'm seeing a performance win already, but I want us to be as realistic as possible about where this is today because this is the 1.0 beta and I'm excitedly trying to adopt it. So I have this quick code base I threw together that is meant to test this. It's a really simple create Vite app This is using the standard version of Vite. I have a branch that is using the roll down version. I'll show you in a sec. But I also got some help from Claude to generate 5,000 components myself. So this creates these 5,000 basic examples of a React component with state management, just to use state on them all. It creates one for each of those 5,000 and then generates a file for all of them. So I have this folder that has 5,000 components in it. To keep them from tree shaking out, I have this one file that imports all of them and then mounts them all. This file is not small, 30,000 lines to mount all of these in it, but it works and it lets us have them all in one spot. I thought this would be a really good test, so I ran it. Check out roll down. Right now, roll down isn't officially in Vite, so there's actually a fork of Vite that has roll down support that I'm using a package PR new build of. Admittedly, this slows things down a bit because it can't be NPM cache the traditional way, but not enough to justify the lack of performance win I experienced. So the thing I care about here is how does this affect the time for when I trigger the build to when it's actually in production? Because that's what I'm really excited about. This is the first really production ready path for a lot of apps to stop using JavaScript to build their JavaScript. We use awesome tools right now like TurboPack, we're in Rust, and ESBuild and Go for dev, but none of these tools are recommended for production yet. So I was really hoping to see some big wins here. This is the first build I ran. This one was using standard Vite, everything configured the basic boring way. The build time, about 11.5 seconds. And it created this big file, this 2.8 megabyte file. And this is all the JS in that single file. If we compare this to the roll down version, it built in 7.47 seconds, which is better. It's just not as much better as I was hoping. There is a concern though. The bundle came out significantly larger. There's a lot of potential reasons this would happen. I don't feel like theorizing about them because I will make a fool of myself, but it does not seem unlikely that this here is something that needs to be fixed. I'm not sure if fixing the output size is going to also fix the speed at which it is doing the building, but I was a bit disappointed. This was a 10-second total win, which after I did more builds here, this one was roll down and it was 46 seconds. This one was main, which was standard Vite, and that was 48 seconds. There isn't a huge difference here, at least for this example with a giant React code base. Yeah, again, 7.5 seconds for this one versus 10.19 seconds. To be very clear, there's a couple impressive things here. First off, that a JavaScript-based bundler can bundle 5,000 files in 10 seconds. Rollup is goated. That's impressive. The other thing, though, is that performance isn't the only win here. At the very least, performance on your build server isn't. The standardization between the dev mode and the production mode is massive. You might see that one of these builds is really fast, this 9-second build. The reason why is I went from 5,000 components to 50. This isn't using roll down. This is just using Vite, which in turn would be using roll up, the original version in JavaScript. The reason I want to do this test is to see if I'm actually impacting build times by including all of this stuff. And clearly the answer is yes. And it's not just that 7 to 10 second difference anymore. This says built in 881 milliseconds, but there's a lot of other pieces in the build process that aren't included in this number. And the goal here of doing these different tests in these different ways was to try and show all of those different numbers. So if your code base has 50 components instead of 5,000, the difference doesn't matter. You're already in this crazy fast build range. But as your build times crawl up because you have so many files, so many packages, and all of these different things, that's when you start to see the wins from something like roll down or like RSPack or TurboPack or any of these other options. And as I was experimenting, if we hop back here, I actually have this code base open. Make sure we're on the latest. npm run dev. Cool. Now we are running this giant 5,000 file dev server. And if all goes well, I should be able to hop in here, edit component 23, change this, sup nerds. I am saving now. And it appeared almost immediately, like within under half a second. I'm saving again right now. If it's falling back on old thing, it seems to be instant. Please subscribe. Saving now. Effectively instant. And this is using the exact same bundling technique that's going to be used for production. So getting that type of performance in dev with the same tooling that you're going to use in prod is huge. What's the call out you have for me here? Apparently, I don't have a minifier. Yeah. So the reason that my JS is so much bigger, it might just be because there is no rollup minifier yet. They actually recommend you bring in your own. It's recommended you use an external minifier. Rolldown's compatible with all rollup minifier plugins like rollup, plugin ESBuild, SWC, etc. Good to know. As I was hinting at before, though, the performance for builds on the server is not the only really fun, exciting thing going on here. One of the things I am most hyped about is performance in WASM. Why would anyone care about their bundler running in WASM? Like, you're not shipping the code to users to have them bundle it. Well, you're not, but companies like StackBlitz are, companies like GitHub are, companies that are trying to make good environments in the browser are. And being able to use Rolldown in WASM mode to have a fully featured editor experience in the browser, taking advantage of those performance wins is really cool. And after they made some changes to make this work better with Rolldown, the performance they're seeing is insane. ESBuilds in Go, which historically doesn't compile great to WASM because it doesn't really handle memory that well. It expects to have garbage collection, which you don't have in WASM, so you have to bring all that in. It's chaos. Rust can compile to WASM.
Good morning, pineapple. কি করো? ঘুম হয়ে গেল? আমার ঠান্ডা লেগে গেছে একটু। আজকে পার্টি হবে, পার্টি 31শে ডিসেম্বর। होए होए मौज मस्ती करेंगे। अरे ना ऐसा ना बोलो, তুমি একবার হোয়াটসঅ্যাপটা খুলে দেখো। Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
It better, which is why Rolldown sees insane performance wins compared to even ESBuild once you're running it in WASM mode. Super, super cool to see. And the things they're coming up with to make this happen, specifically creating thread pooling for workers in the NappyRS APIs, is huge. This is so cool. I'm really excited. Even in a theoretical world where Rolldown fails entirely, it has built so many cool foundational things and taught us so many cool foundational wins that we can make meaningful changes to our entire dev ecosystem as a whole, which is probably why they formed Void Zero, the new company by Evan You, focused on making the next generation of dev tools for JS and TypeScript devs. Rolldown's only part of it. The OXC ecosystem and Vite and everything around this as a whole is the future. So they call out here Vite, Vitest, Rolldown, and OXC are the core things that, if built correctly and properly, can all combine together and make a set of tools that is significantly better for us to use as devs. Just to quickly reinforce the thing I was saying earlier about ESBuild's transpilation not being ready for real production workflows, this is a nice little piece in the roll down docs about it. We can't skip the build step. Build people, I don't know what code bases you're working in. I wish it was realistic. It sounds great, but it just isn't. With the general availability of native ES modules and HTTP2 in modern browsers, some developers are advocating for an unbundled approach for shipping web apps, even in production. While this approach works for smaller apps, in our opinion, bundling is still very much necessary for shipping anything non-trivial and you care about performance. Even in a polished, unbundled dev model, a build step is still often unavoidable. Take Rails 8's default import map-based approach, for example. All JS assets still go through a build step in order to fingerprint the assets and generate the import map and module preload directives. It's just handled via this import map Rails package in PropShaft instead of a JS bundler. Moreover, the unbundled approach will hit its limits if you have any of the following requirements. You need modern JS like ES6 Plus, TypeScript, or JSX. You need to leverage bundler-specific optimizations like tree shaking, code splitting, or minification. You use any libraries or frameworks that depend on a build step, or you utilize NPM dependencies that ship unbundled source code. If any of these things are true, you need a bundler. Not would benefit from it, but need it. Going with unbundled means locking yourself out of a big part of the JS ecosystem and giving up on many possible performance optimizations that could benefit your end users. The main argument of avoiding JS bundlers is adding complexity and slowing down the dev feedback loop. However, modern JS tools have improved a lot on this front over the past few years. Our goal with Vite and Rolldown is to improve these aspects further and make the build step feel invisible. I really hope they can get there. They call out these three things that you can't get without bundlers, which are the reducing the amount of network requests and waterfalls, because one JS bundle loads, processes, then realizes it needs 15 more that'll have to go load and process, or it can ship the one bundle instead. Reduces total bytes sent. Hopefully that's obvious why. And it improves JS execution performance. That part might be unintuitive, but the TLDR is when you send less code to the JIT compiler, it has to do less work. As they call out here, there's a non-trivial cost involved in parsing and compiling JS. So if you send less JS, it has to do less work. And some bundlers and minifiers can even perform optimizations like folding and ahead of time evaluation to varying extents, which makes the bundled code even more efficient than their handwritten source. Bundlers are effectively necessary. I can't take people seriously that say otherwise. It just feels like they're not working on real software with real teams. Like, it's cool if you can get it working in examples. I'm not saying it isn't cool. I'm just saying it's not realistic. And what I'm excited about with Rolldown is it feels like it's getting more and more realistic. Rewriting Rollup in Rust didn't feel realistic at the time, but they're getting there. They're getting there a lot faster than I expected, and I see a very bright future for Rolldown.
Two on most week. Two on most. Two on most weekends.
So HTTP is the language of the internet, and we almost always write APIs that compile the entire response and send it to the client. But there is another way of sending the response. and it is called HTTP streaming. In this video, we understand what HTTP streaming is, how to implement it, and how Airbnb uses it to improve its user experience. Now, if you love diving deep into engineering nuances like me, you will absolutely love my courses. All of them take a no-nonsense, no fluff approach and are aimed at making you a better engineer and helping you accelerate your career. Instead of just scratching the surface, we go in depth into the implementation nuances of all the systems and build quick prototypes to make good design decisions. All the details like curriculum, prerequisite can be found on the respective course pages, and I have linked all of them in the description down below. So do check them out. And now let's resume. So two very common ways of sending responses is one is buffered responses, second one is streaming responses. So buffered response is where in typical case you get a request, your server gets a request, server then goes to database and does whatever processing it wants to do, creates the response. This entire response is created and then is sent to the client. Right? This is a buffered response where your client exactly knows the number of bytes it would receive. Client receives that byte and it does it. On the other hand, there are use cases, for example, LLM applications, where your server does not know how big or how So HTTP is the language of the internet, and we almost always write APIs that compile the entire response and send it to the client. But there is another way of sending the response, and it is called HTTP streaming. In this video, we understand what HTTP streaming is, how to implement it, and how Airbnb uses it to improve its user experience. Now, if you love diving deep into engineering nuances like me, you will absolutely love my courses. All of them take a no-nonsense, no fluff approach and are aimed at making you a better engineer and helping you accelerate your career. Instead of just scratching the surface, we go in depth into the implementation nuances of all the systems and build quick prototypes to make good design decisions. All the details like curriculum, prerequisite can be found on the respective course pages, and I have linked all of them in the description down below. So do check them out. And now let's resume. So two very common ways of sending responses is one is buffered responses, second one is streaming responses. So buffered response is where in typical case you get a request, your server gets a request, server then goes to database and does whatever processing it wants to do, creates the response. This entire response is created and then is sent to the client. Right? This is a buffered response where your client exactly knows the number of bytes it would receive. Client receives that byte and it does it. On the other hand, there are use cases, for example, LLM applications, where your server does not know how big or how lengthy the response is going to be. For example, in case of LLM applications like ChatGPT, you see you sent a request. Now server does not know for how long it is going to generate or how long the response is going to be. So what server does, it streams the response to you. Right? Now this streaming is not WebSocket. What we are discussing is HTTP streaming, right? And this has nothing to do with WebSocket. WebSocket is a separate protocol. Now the whole idea is, the whole premise on which this is built is simple. Your server does not know the length of the response it needs to send, so it sends chunk by chunk. Your client receives the data in chunk and it does the processing. Now, obviously, this looks very fancy, but should we adopt it for all use cases? Not really. If your response is very small, let's say 1 KB, 2 KB, 3 KB, not worth it, right? Not worth the effort that you would require to put in. On the other hand, if your response is large enough or long enough, this will definitely optimize your APIs and optimize your.
I can't believe
Hi, today we are going to Turkey. Actually,
I'm just gonna bust this door. Just
You can very quickly know when you've got an AE that's all they're doing is coming to you with problems and not coming with solutions and ideas. If you do not have the ability to collaborate effectively in a way that's driving your point of view that does require some tension, and you are steamrolling people, people don't want to work with you, you're gone. It just doesn't work.
ready to go? AJ, I am so excited for this, dude. We get to do this in person. This is so, because we were planning on doing it remote.
Yep.
And then when you said you were in London, I was like, yes, this is it. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. I'm stoked to be here.
Now, I want to start with sales leadership skills and sales skills. A lot of people suggest that they are born. You're a natural salesperson. Do you believe that sales skills are born or they can be learned?
I fundamentally believe they can be learned. I think a lot of people would say it's innate. You're born with it. It's at your personality, someone that's outgoing. But my philosophy is that pretty much humans can learn anything if they're taught and they have the motivation to do it. And so I've seen in my career someone that's joined, both Facebook and Slack, that many people were like, oh, they're not outgoing. They don't have that gregarious nature, but they were able to navigate just like figuring out how to do sales because they had the work ethic, they had the desire to learn, and ultimately it's about inputs, and it's not just about being a personable, like gregarious person.
What was the hardest sales skill to learn for you?
I think rejection. Just this idea that, man, like I feel a little bit of, shame, I started just to give some background, I started my sales career doing outbound, almost in-person sales, doing print ad sales in Cambridge, Massachusetts. I was selling to mom and pop shops on buying ads in this guidebook called The Unofficial Guide to Life at Harvard. I felt bad interrupting like a small business owner who was trying to make like money. And so just the sort of like almost the shame of like interrupting their life, and then the rejection of them saying, hey, look, I am not interested, please get away. Like that is just like that your personality, someone that's outgoing. But my philosophy is that pretty much humans can learn anything if they're taught and they have the motivation to do it. And so I've seen in my career someone that's joined, both Facebook and Slack, that many people were like, oh, they're not outgoing, they don't have that gregarious nature, but they were able to navigate just like figuring out how to do sales because they had the work ethic, they had the desire to learn, and ultimately it's about inputs, and it's not just about being a personable, like gregarious person.
What was the hardest sales skill to learn for you?
I think rejection. Just this idea that, man, like I feel a little bit of, shame, I started just to give some background, I started my sales career doing outbound, almost in-person sales, doing print ad sales in Cambridge, Massachusetts. I was selling to mom and pop shops on buying ads in this guidebook called The Unofficial Guide to Life at Harvard. I felt bad interrupting like a small business owner who was trying to make like money. And so just the sort of like almost the shame of like interrupting their life, and then the rejection of them saying, hey, look, I am not interested, please get away. Like that is just like a really hard thing because it's just failure.
When you look at it's super tough, and it actually just makes me think of why Mormons tend to actually be such good sellers, because they actually have to go and sell the Book of Mormon to Africa. But my question to you is, you see this like generation of new young reps coming in today. Are there commonalities in what you see them struggle to pick up / learn?
I would say AEs are really struggling is being super creative and flexible and nuanced when you're engaging in a live conversation with someone. So everyone has an idea when they're going into a call of what to say. They first think they're going to get rejected. Then they find a way to like convince someone to be engaged in the conversation. And what happens is the customer is actually interested, or the prospect's interested, and people go into this very specific, structured, prescriptive approach where I think that the best sellers navigate and adjust to the customer, the specific situation. And so I'd say that's where I see more junior sellers struggling the most, is they're not actively listening and morphing and changing to the conversation.
The thing I'm always amazed by also is like the desire for volume over depth. And like they want to send 1,000 outbound messages versus 20 really well-crafted ones.
I think what we're seeing now is just this spam to some extent. Where I see the best outbound and ways to do messaging is what you're saying, which is tailoring it very specifically, doing the research. But more important, it's come in with a point of view and then listen to the customer and adjust from there.
Do you think AEs should be doing their own outbound?
Absolutely. We at Glean, we have and every company I've been a part of, like, I want AEs to be joining expecting that they have to do outbound and they're not going to have a BDR. Now, the reality is you're going to have a lot of help from product marketing, content marketing, just you're going to get the support you need in the field marketing, but the AEs that do the best are the ones that are also spending the time in the cycles to do the outbound themselves.
You mentioned the playbook there, because they obviously run the playbook with different clients, and you need to be flexible with it. How do you define the sales playbook?
The whole concept of the playbook, for me, is one that I'm going to be a little controversial. Like I'm not a huge playbook person.
Why?
My view is that playbooks are really, it's like a fancy word for what is your strategy, what is your outbound messaging, like what is your plan? Like a play. So I guess it can be semantics a little bit, but what I view is sales is very simple. You have prospects that are in a certain target ICP. You have messaging. You have a really good product. You have content marketing that's go around that product, and you need to go outbound, get someone interested, convert that interest into an opportunity, and then start someone through a sales funnel. And so I think kind of building it up as more than it is, sometimes I think complicates it. And so I like to bring it down to just very simple things. Like, are you getting net new meetings? Are you then converting those to opportunities and then working those through a funnel.
Should the founder be the one to create that process/plan? Or is it okay for me to say, listen, AJ, I'm a product person. I've built this beautiful product. You go create the sales playbook.
I think that the founders need to be very involved, and the CEO needs to be very involved in that 0 to 10 million on kind of like how you're getting those initial customers to product market fit. You know, at Slack and at Glean, you know, at Slack, Stuart was very involved on figuring out how to get those first customers and making them successful. Arvin, the same thing at Glean. And I think what it helps to do is also show your sales team that your CEO and your founder is going to be in the trenches, in the weeds to figure out how to get them to success. But I think there's a stage at which you need to have that founder and CEO not necessarily like be deciding exactly what is the messaging, exactly what is the sales play that you're running, and you need to leverage them, but they shouldn't be the one determining the strategy.
How do you feel about I'm just completely freewheeling here at this point. So how do you feel about verticalized sales teams? When you think about like a relatively horizontal product like Glean, which is like you sell to enterprise, sure.
Yeah.
But there's many different types of enterprise, from fintech to healthcare to consulting to financial services. How do you think about specialization of sales teams and advice to founders there?
The way I look at it is when you're first sort of going to market, you can't all of a sudden just try to sell to everyone, right? If you all of a sudden are trying to go to the Fortune 100 and also sell to SMBs, you're going to fail. I think like for technology SaaS products, a really good place to sell to is in that middle market space, and going after that and getting to product market fit. You get more cycles, more at bats.
Can we just unpack that? What is the middle market space? Like, what is that contract size?
You look at Glean. Like when we got started in selling the product, it was going to technology SaaS companies that were between 500 employees to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. That weren't these sort of what I would consider true enterprise, but like on that cusp. So
so it's like 100K ACVs.
Yeah, a little north of that, like you could get, in that segment right now, we're well north of that. But when we were getting going, early days, where even before I was there, that's what it would be.
How long is the sales cycles in that? I know it's varying, but just kind of average.
Yeah, average is about 4.5, 5 months in that segment.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's still quite long.
It is, but I on the sub 1,000, we're getting it down to 90 days. So it's closer to the 4 if you blend in that below 1,000.
Yeah, I do want to retain some sense of structure. Otherwise, my mind just goes everywhere. Slack was an incredible journey for you. It really shapes a lot of how one thinks when one sees such a transformational journey. What are one or two of the biggest takeaways for you from Slack, and how did that impact how you think as a sales leader?
The number one takeaway that I've brought to Glean, it's what I give to other founders I advise, and just is how important it is to have the collaboration and like collaborative tension between R&D and GTM. So when I was at Slack early days, it was interesting. Like I was struggling to get the organization to think about supporting the enterprise. We were so focused on just like the inbound and the PLG that we were starting to run into challenges with supporting and getting to customer success on the Comcast, the Walmarts that were some of those earlier enterprise customers. And so I think driving feedback to the product organization, challenging them, getting them on calls.
What are the biggest points of tension between GTM and research and product?
In that example, there was a fundamental question of how much do we want to actually go up market to enterprise. So it was almost even not a research question, R&D question. It was a company strategy question. But there were challenges where there was different parts of the engineering team that were like, hey, I don't think we should be supporting, or we can't support right now, customers that have over 5,000 users on Slack. And I was like, we got to find a way to solve that. and bringing them on those calls, having them hear from those customers the challenges, helped us push through. So that was number one.
You got to feel for these product teams when it's like, yeah, I hear you. Now do it.
Yeah. I mean, my lesson was bringing those individuals onto the calls. Get R&D onto the calls to hear the feedback. We needed to get engineers and R&D and product leadership to hear and have empathy for the customer. I think the second biggest lesson from just the experience at Slack, and for context, I was there kind of employee 50. We had 6 million in revenue. I left when we were at about 1.5 billion. My other biggest learning from the experience at Slack is it is important when you have like such a horizontal product like Slack that has product market fit to move up market faster and more aggressively.
How do you know when is the right time to move up market? It's a hard one. You don't want to get distracted too early, but you also don't want to leave great and big contracts on the table when you could take them.
My view is that if you are delivering like clear, repeatable success in that middle market segment, and you're now kind of getting experimentation into that upper end of what, like, let's call it 5,000 to 15,000 employee size companies, and you are getting success and deals done, at that point, the moment that you are getting customers to value and success, and you can repeat it once, twice, 3 times, at that point, you just need to go fast up market.
The trouble with going fast up market is I don't think it's like an easy transition for the company. You do need to move whole scale. Product needs SOC 2, it needs compliance, it needs permissioning. It's not like tomorrow we're going to be also an enterprise company. Is it possible to just move fast up market, and what do you need to do that?
I think it is possible to move fast up market from a sales segmentation, obviously from a marketing, you can do that. I think your point around the product side and how do you get that part of the organization there?
On that, sorry, let's just start on that. Sales segmentation, does that need to change as you move up market?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, when I came into at both Slack and Glean, when I joined Slack, I immediately, after we got to about 10 million in revenue, cut the team into SMB and enterprise. And I basically said enterprise is 1,000 employees and above, SMB is below. And that way we just sort of put the resourcing, the more expensive sales resourcing, on those bigger accounts. Mm-hmm. Now, at Slack, it was a lot of inbound, but even that segmentation is important to do, so you at least get your your sellers starting to think about up market inbound at a minimum. At Glean, when I joined, we had real great success in that mid-market segment. We had strong sellers, about like 8 of them, and we decided very quickly with the team to say, we've got to move up market. Let's cut it at 2,000 employees and above, and the below will be serviced by a smaller subset of the team. And that helped us start to accelerate moving up. But you're right, it's not like because you only have 8 AEs or 10 AEs, you're not all of a sudden touching every Fortune 100 and able to do deals overnight. And so what we did was strategically pick 1 or 2 key bets that we wanted to get to prove success in. T-Mobile became that account for us at Glean. Not just a sales team, as a company and leadership team, we said, we are going to prove success at a Fortune 100 like T-Mobile, get a win, get value, get success. And that's what we did. And then as soon as we did that, that's when the momentum of the business started to take off. Because then we said, let's move up market even more. Let's go after more traditional like Microsoft accounts and start to build out the sales team in a more aggressive way.
What are the biggest challenges to going up?
Security. In our business, and
don't hold back, mate.
Yeah, I won't. I think people underestimate, especially R&D organizations, like how you're going to navigate security, deployment, POCs, pilots, like all of that nuance of getting through that, not to mention legal and contracting, becomes just it's like molasses. And I remember having conversations with Vish, one of the co-founders of Glean. He's like, AJ, I've been on 20 hours of calls with with this account for the same conversation about security issues. What are we doing? And I'm like, Vish, this is what it takes to figure out the playbook on how to navigate the largest companies in the world. I commit to you, we are not going to do this for every account, but the detailed questions and how deep they're going into, like, how do we protect their data, the security, all of that.
But that's my point, which is like, is it possible to go up market fast when you look at all of those different elements and suddenly, like, you need someone for legal, you need, the sales team changes dramatically, you definitely need customer success people, you probably need security people. We've built out a whole nother company.
I hear you, but there's a way to phase it. What we did was we said, okay, this team that's going after the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, maybe even we were starting to sell into like 10,000, 15,000 person accounts. We said, we're going to give you one or two of these key accounts that we're going to try to get into. And it's not, and it's not like we're saying this is the only account you're on. They're still trying to progress and move the ball down the field with that huge account, but it's still doing the more clear product market fit accounts. I think the worst thing you can do early stage as a sales organization and a go-to company is segment too early and move way up market, and just like, let's say we rewind the clock. If I all of a sudden moved all my sellers to just focus on the Fortune 50 or Fortune 100, that would have been a nightmare because we would never get revenue for 9, 12 months, right? Because you still got to feed your reps while you're slowly moving up market.
Quite often, even the very large companies, they're not that confident when they sign the first land deal.
Yeah.
How willing are you to do small contracts, and what would your advice be to do small contracts with mega customers where they're like, hey, land and expand?
I think you need to be very willing to do that. Now, the key thing that we've learned, and I learned this at Slack as well, but at Glean, you've got to have success criteria. You've got to have, okay, we're going to do, let's say for Fortune 100 company, we're going to do 100,000, 150,000 land deal. But you have commercial alignment and executive alignment on what are the success criteria that we need to hit to get to that 7-figure contract. That's how we try to do it and structure it. It's a very timely topic because we're like debating it even more as a go-to-market team.
Contract, and what would your advice be to do small contracts with mega customers where they're like, hey, land and expand?
I think you need to be very willing to do that. Now, the key thing that we've learned, and I learned this at Slack as well, but at Glean, you've got to have success criteria. You've got to have, okay, we're going to do, let's say for Fortune 100 company, we're going to do 100,000, 150,000 land deal. But you have commercial alignment and executive alignment on what are the success criteria that we need to hit to get to that 7-figure contract. that's how we try to do it and structure it. It's a very timely topic because we're like debating it even more as a go-to-market team. We had one Fortune 100 company say, we want to test how we're lowering call resolution time with Glean relative to the other solution we had and the competitors. It was very time-bound. It was very specific, and we're able to tie that back exactly to dollars. So that land/paid POC in some ways turned into the 7-figure contract.
Are we still in the experimental budget phase for AI tooling?
Absolutely. I think like any company that's gonna say, "Oh, we figured out what we're doing with AI," I don't think they figured it out.
So when you go to enterprises today, they're like, "Ooh, shiny, cool.
Yeah.
Let's see what we can do."
Yeah, and that's what we're weary of. So, our strategy is to capture that AI demand, but then turn it back into clear business value that has success criteria. Because if we just...
And you're defining that value for them in a lot
For
of
them.
cases.
I mean, even here, I was in London meeting with a large telecommunications company, and they were like, I need you to tell us and be prescriptive for us and how we should be defining success criteria. Because I have my board and CEO asking me to do something.
Is that even more a case for specialized sales teams, though? Because it means you need to have a much clearer understanding of specific verticals. Okay, the core problems for telecoms businesses today are these 3 things. The core problems for healthcare providers. You can only get to that granular level of insight where you can show them the value if you are deep in that domain.
I hear that argument. I still think staying generalist is important until you get to a certain scale. I think you need to be at 200 million, 250 million to go that granular, because just the number of AEs that you need to hire to get to vertical it becomes complicated to manage that. So there's a time where you start to edge into it. So right now we're seeing success in like financial services. So we have started more financial services enablement, but we're not at the point where we all of a sudden want to just say, all we're going to do is have one financial services team.
Because I'm like, and this is where, I'm a podcaster and you're a very successful sales leader, so this is where you push back on me. But I'm like, you know what? We have T-Mobile, one of the biggest brands in telecoms in the world, with real data on how they've used us effectively. Fuck, I want one AE who is just purely focused on telecoms, and they show explicitly with just the biggest telecoms providers a FOMO. Do you want to be like T-Mobile? Great, this is us. And that is a great... Now, you need the entry point. You need that anchor into that market. But once you have it, hell, I want to go.
I think that you can solve that by educating some of the other generalist AEs, because the problem with it is sometimes, those telecoms are all over the world, right? And you're not going to have one AE who's based in the Bay Area be able to service all the global telecoms. And so at some point, you do have to scale the learnings from one account to another region.
We mentioned being in the experimental budget phase, and we mentioned kind of showing them the value that we can provide them. Bluntly, are there buzzwords? You're a very smart and attuned sales leader. Are there buzzwords where you see these boardrooms light up and go, oh, that's exciting? Or buzzwords where they're, that's cynical?
I mean, the buzzword right now is generative AI. Just saying generative AI and how are you driving AI transformation inside your organization? How are you turning your employees into AI-centric employees? Those are like buzzwords that get people leaning in. A lot of the large accounts that we're in, like we're kind of coming to the table saying, look, we have a differentiated solution. We have a unique value prop, but more importantly, like we've got real customers that have gone through an AI journey. We can help you learn from those customers. So that's like leaning into not like our speak of taking what our customers are saying. Like even the example of the telecom I talked about, like their CEO is talking about an AI-enabled workforce. So we're taking that buzzword and bringing it to others.
So we say this AI-enabled workforce, AI-centric employee, and they're leaning in. Why do you say they're still in the experimental budget phase? Is it because of the size of their contract, the speed of their rollout? What makes you say that?
I call it experimental because people are still not defining it all the way back to a business issue and an ROI that is like fully defensible. AI budgets that are based on just, hey, we need to quickly enable our employees to be AI centric, that aren't tying it back to business outcomes, impact, top line, bottom line, a year from now, 2 years from now, we're going to churn. And so that's how I view it as experimental.
Are they willing to spend big on AI?
Absolutely.
Do they have urgency when it comes to AI tools? Are they like, we need to get this in now? Or is it like part of the innovation budget of excitement?
Absolutely, they need to get it now. And I think they need to get it now because Because the companies that are doing it right are actually going to be the innovators and like the accelerants in the space. And so what I think happens is like the herd mentality. Like you've got a couple of these big brands and companies that are doing AI in the right way that's actually impacting their top line or bottom line already, that isn't experimental, right? And they're willing to spend, some of those accounts are willing to spend $5, $10 million annually on these type of initiatives. Because of that, what happens is board members, you know, other CEOs of other companies are like, we need to move quickly. We need to get in AI. We need to drive an AI initiative with inside our company.
Listen, if you're a public company CEO, you have to have an AI story. I had Vlad on from Robinhood the other day, and I said, like, do you have to as a public? 100%. So I completely agree. You said I could ask anything.
Yeah.
You can say no to answering.
Great.
What's the biggest contract that Glean has, size-wise, not name?
You know, well north of 5 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's real money.
Yeah.
That's not experimental budget shit.
No.
I was wondering, though, when it comes to this, it's one thing to get a deal done. It's another thing to get implementation done, to get usage. We've seen Accenture and we've seen some big consulting firms post some amazing numbers when it comes to AI services. To what extent are these large enterprises actually able to implement new AI technologies like Glean or like many other tools?
This is where I would say the space is like falling down. And I'll speak to Glean separately, but just to, for the audience, I think everyone is being sold a bag of goods and a dream of this sort of AI-enabled workforce or automation, top line, bottom line. And then when it comes to implementation, it's taking 6, 9, 12 months, or it comes attached with a $5 million services budget next to it, which is, it's like, well, hold on, I'm paying $5 million to implement this thing with one of the, the big companies, and like I'm paying like the fees for the service. So I think what we're seeing is even adoption and usage is not where it needs to be. And we're seeing that even with, you look at like Microsoft Copilot, I mean, many customers are saying it's falling flat. Like it's just not delivering the value that was advertised. So what the challenge is not like some of the other technologies, a product issue. It's more of a change management security challenge.
What does everyone think they know about selling AI tools that they get totally wrong?
I think that that it's going to be easy to implement is what they get wrong, and that's simply. I mean, we talked about it already. I think that lots of even our AEs that we have, like we are educating them, even though our product is relatively, compared to the market, easy to implement. We're telling them, set the right expectations, make sure that you have a deployment success plan. I took a page out of Dave Schneider's book from ServiceNow, and we're implementing a system where we're not paying AEs on their deals unless they have an approved deployment success plan filled out. I think one of the things that, just looking at, I don't know, talking to others, like I care very much about the customer success side. I own that function at Glean, so I own the pre-sales, post-sales, and that's for me a very important part to it. But I think going back to your question, it's a lot of companies are getting the big deals done and then assuming, okay, we can figure out the deployments later, and that's what they get wrong.
When we think about CS, how do we bring CS in naturally without it being, thanks, AJ's closed the deal, now meet Harry? What's the right way to do that handoff from your experience?
I don't think it's a handoff. Our strategy is that in the enterprise, you as an AE are involved in the deployment. The reason you're involved is because you have an incentive to make them successful, because the future upsell is dependent on your ability to drive deployment.
Okay, so the AE is responsible for future upsell, not CS.
Not CS. Yeah, and I would say it's a shared responsibility, but what I metric CS organizations on is what, NRR, NDR, and what we call active users. So we want people to get active with our service, and so we're actually tying the compensation of our CSMs not to an upsell. I guess it's sort of embedded into the NDR piece, but it's frankly more about, are you getting users active? And that tied with AEs having an overlay of, oh, I'm tied to being able to upsell incremental, makes that sort of like handoff, not a handoff, it becomes a partnership. Yeah. Like the story I keep talking about internally is we had this healthcare company do a $60,000 land deal with us, and over the course of 9 months, the AE, the SE, and the CSM turned that account into a $500,000 plus contract because they focused on deployment, they focused on success, they tied it back to value, and that's what I just find is that's the sweet spot you want to be. Now, you can't do that if you're talking about a velocity motion for like a commercial or SMB segment, and that's not going to be our strategy there.
What size contract does it make sense to have CS as a really built out function and really catered account?
You've got to be looking at it a combo of the company size and the contract size. So I think one thing that I learned at Slack is like all Slack did was look at what the ARR was for the specific account and then tied it, and they would only put a senior CSM on the, whatever, the $1 million contracts. I think that can be a little bit of a miss because if you are closing, let's say you close a couple $100K deal with ExxonMobil, and you're putting like a junior CSM on it who doesn't know how to navigate, you're not gonna be likely to drive an upsell. And so what I look at is a combination of employee count and are they over a certain dollar amount?
Employee count of your company, not their company.
Sorry, their company.
So it's like upsell potential measurement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
TAM of the upsell.
What are the biggest mistakes you think founders get wrong with building out their CSM teams?
I think that a lot of them don't tie it to clear metrics. They don't tie it to like things that will go back into leading indicators for future upsells and NDR and GRR.
When you say NDR, NRR, GRR, all sound wonderful. Luckily, having done SaaS investing for 9 or 10 years, I do know what they mean. I didn't for a couple, and then I had to ask the stupid questions. Which one's the most important?
For me, it's and I know I said NDR, GRR, and NRR. Let's just simplify. GRR and NRR. Most important for me is GRR.
Why?
Churn. Like the ripple effects of having an account especially in the enterprise space, churn, it's the viral negative network effect that happens. And so, luckily at Glean, we have like a 97, 98% GRR. The only accounts we're churning are SMBs. Like that's what we want. That's what you want to have. But to answer the question, I view it as GRR. But to me, what's in some ways more important than GRR, it's the leading indicator metrics, like time to launch. How long did it take the customer to go from signed contract value to the initial launch? And then and measuring that, how many of the paid seats are actually active in the service? And so, because if you nail in a systematic way time to launch quickly and you get active users, GRR is just an afterthought. It's going to be it's not going to be a problem, right? If you have people using the service and they're getting deployed quickly.
We haven't seen renewal cycles yet for a lot of the AI tools with a lot of revenue in terms of full year cycles. Do you think we're going to see a large number of churns?
Oh yeah, we're already seeing it.
You are?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of accounts kind of move off of those experimental, like quick knee-jerk reaction AI budgets, and shifting to our product. I think that you're going to see it. For example, like there's some of these vertical solutions that have layered on AI and sold a big story on, hey, you're already paying X with us. We can accelerate you to go faster. I don't think some of those solutions are actually going to deliver enough value that it's going to be worth the incremental spend that they're going to be asked to do.
Should CSMs be comped also on upsell?
I think there should be some type of kicker and incentive, but it shouldn't be the number one key metric. It's kind of like right now in the sales dev world, there's a lot of, even within our organization, there's a lot of push right now for giving a kicker, like a bonus, if a sales dev rep sources a lead that not only becomes an opportunity, but that it closes, right? So it incentivizes the right behavior. I think, I forget what company pushed that strategy, which is comp BDRs on not net new opportunities, but comp them on closed one. I think it's too far and too long of a thing to do, but back to your question, I think there's a model in which you can give a bonus to, actually we did that at Glean, but we haven't systematically done it. So for example, the companies that did these multi-million-dollar expansions, we actually strategically gave a large spot bonus to the CSM that was on that because we wanted to recognize the right behavior. And so I think it's a good thing for us to honestly take back because we're in the middle of our planning for next year and we should find a way to structure it in.
You've got a magic wand and you can change anything about the sales comp plan for Glean. What would you change?
More aggressive accelerators. You know, accelerators are essentially ways to, if someone goes over 100% of their quota, an accelerator just gives that rep the ability to move faster in terms of accelerated comp. And so what it's doing, and why I say that's the number one thing, whether it's CSMs, BDRs, AEs, is you're rewarding the top performers. I think it's a good thing to do.
In funds, we call that kickers, which is like over a 5x fund.
Yeah.
You get a kicker on carry, which takes it to 30%, not 20%, or whatever that
Yeah.
is. But it's over that exceptional performance. I totally get that. That totally makes sense. Hiring is really freaking hard.
Yeah.
Like, it is the one area where I think most early stage founders get most wrong. You've hired exceptional sales teams. How do you run a process when adding to the sales team? What does that look like?
Understand the deep history of the individual over a chronological period of time. I didn't realize that that was a hiring methodology until Bob Fratty taught me that at Slack, which is kind of this who hiring method is what we call a chronological interview. Like, I ask people, what did you do in high school? Like, what were you proud of in high school? Not because I don't care. And then I say, why did you go to the college you went to? What was your proudest accomplishment in college? And I do that through why did you leave the first job you did? Why did you go to the next job? And I go really try to understand, because what you can build is an understanding of like the deep motivations that people have.
I'm a salesperson. I'm brilliant at packaging. How do you actually determine true grit quality in my sales skills when I answer your questions beautifully?
Yeah, I mean, one approach to this, which is in the who hiring method, is you ask people while you're going through that process of who is your boss, who is the hardest person you worked for, who is someone like you didn't like working for, and then you in the moment say, how do you spell their name again? And like you basically kind of quiz them to say, you know, I'm curious, if I reached out to that person, what would they give you constructive feedback on? And so, and you know, sometimes I even fluff it, and I'm like, oh, I think I'm connected to this person, and I might text them and call them. But what you want to get people off of their sales skill game and get real and challenge them on that. That's one way. The other is what we were talking about before I came in here was actually have people send materials of the work that they've done. So being able to see a deck that they built, an email that they sent.
Well, talk to me about that, because you sent me beforehand this incredible deck that you did on joining Glean. What deck do you ask people to send to you, and how does that look in structure?
You know, other than like going deep into the why and the chronological side, we move from there to a panel interview. And that panel interview is they get an hour, they get a prompt. That prompt is, tell us your history, tell us about like, you know, your biggest career challenge, talk about a large win that you have, and then walk through an example deal of selling, how you would not sell Glean, but how you would prep for like going after this account. You know, you don't give them much guidance after that. And you see a wide range. You see people come in that have like no slides and are just like going, and that's fine. I don't care about the slides or whether they look beautiful. I want to understand the deep thought that you've done in preparation. And then in that moment, the thing that I do, and I'm gonna say it now. I used to tell candidates, like, please don't tell other candidates I'm gonna do this, but I'm just gonna do it because I think it's a good lesson that I'd love to just share with others. And I learned this actually from Lexi Reese, who is one of my bosses at Facebook. So anyway, what I ask is, and I throw off the interview in mid-interview, and I say, hey, like, let's pause here for a sec. If I give you like your book of business today, 100 accounts. That's an Excel spreadsheet on column A is the name of the accounts. I want you to fire off right now 10 data points that you would use to prioritize that book of business and tell me why, and stack rank them 1 to 10. And what you can see, some people get to like employee count, you know, what industry they're in, and then they're like, oh, you know, and I'm like, no, I want 10. And you push them, and they're like, well, I don't think, you know, like, I think, you know, I'm at 6. And And then because if you're on customer calls, this is what, like, you got to be able to, what I've described to the team, like the competency that I'm looking for is creative problem solving capabilities. And that is, if I were to, like, you asked me earlier in this session about, like, what is the skill set that junior AEs struggle with? What I described to you there was almost like the early stages of creative problem solving, which is like EQ creative problem solving, which is like listening to a prospect and kind of morphing what you're doing based on what they're saying. What I'm looking for in that question is actually like higher level thinking of, like, how can you think not only quickly, but strategically, and then map it to what is actually going to be your job. Like, you are going to get 100 accounts, and you are going to need to figure out which ones you spend on.
I get in trouble. I think it's IQ. I think people are just not that smart.
Yeah.
And then they also just don't have great energy. And you need both the razor sharp intellect combined with high energy to really be able to map out a vision and articulate it well to that customer. And I just find, like, there's not that many insightful people.
It's shocking to me how many AEs I ask this question to, and they just get stumped at 5. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I could literally write 50.
How much of a dick do you want me to be?
Really? You want to put me on the spot?
If you're a really sharp, insightful person, you're not going to be an AE. I'm going to get killed by a whole AE audience.
No.
But, like, if you're really sharp, I can make money in so many better industries. It's tough. Sales is fucking hard.
I disagree with that. I thought you said something else. I thought you said if you're really sharp and insightful, you're going to be an AE.
No.
I think that this is very top of mind for me, because I think I was very lucky and shouldn't have gotten into Harvard. My dad went there. I had a chip on my shoulder, worked all 4 years throughout college. My parents went bankrupt, so I graduated with $100,000 in debt. And they got caught up in the 2008, crisis. But all my friends went into investment banking, consulting, and I know you, like, I think that technology sales, it has the potential to, like, capture some of the smartest minds, because when you really peel back the layers of what technology and AI sales is, it is taking what's happening in investment banking, consulting, but actually putting it to work on driving transformations within companies. Why I love sales and why I love enterprise SaaS sales, like I went from ad sales at Facebook to B2B at Slack, and I'm never going back, is like the level of learning and depth you get to do, like figuring out how to make T-Mobile successful. Like, I've been working with T-Mobile for almost 8 years. Like, because I worked with them at Slack, I helped them learn about Glean. Like, you can drive true business transformation if you choose the right product technology and you believe in it.
Do you think the smartest people coming out of Harvard today want to go into sales?
They will after they talk to me. I mean, yes. So I wouldn't say sales. I would say that they want to go into, I think the smartest people coming out of the top universities want to go work for the best technology companies.
I agree with that, but I think I'm really...
Yeah, it's fine.
Maggie's going to listen and go, you prick.
I love it.
Yeah, she thinks that with most shows, don't worry. But it's like, I think they want to go into product. I think they want to go into strategy. I think they even might want to go into consulting because they think it's a way into venture or another thing. I don't think the smartest minds are like sales.
I agree with you that the smartest minds aren't, but I think the smartest minds will get there with time, because when they realize there's two paths to making a big impact inside a technology company. I learned this from David Hahn, who is a VP of product at LinkedIn. In technology companies, and this might be controversial because this is like putting aside like all the other things that make these companies go. There is product, and then there is sales. Like, what drives technology companies and most businesses is one of those two functions. If you are the smartest person that's graduating from, Yale, whatever, Harvard. No, I don't even want to say it's Ivy Leagues, but I actually don't think the smartest people are always from those schools at all. You either are going to find success and a path through product, but if you realize, you know what, I'm not an engineer, I don't like that, I don't want to do product management. If you are smart, where you should go is sales. And I've seen that. Like we had this amazing AE. I'll give her a shout out, Rachel Sato, who Northwestern grad, went to work at McKinsey. Same thing, had this thought that she wanted to go work in product management at Lyft. And we convinced her to be a sales development representative to do outbound cold calling. And she's like, thank you, AJ. This has changed my life. Like, this is the career I wanted.
Are sales reps coin operated?
No, absolutely not. The sales reps that are coin operated are the ones you don't want to hire. The sales reps that have that insightful IQ that you talked about want career development. They want challenges. They want to figure out how to get like coached and mentored. That's what good sellers look like.
You mentioned a hiring panel. Chad, Pete.
Yeah, says it's stupid, right?
Stupid.
Yeah, agree to disagree. You know,
Help me. I'm naive.
Yeah, I think that a hiring panel is equivalent to you showing up to a customer meeting and there's 3 or 4 people that are in the room that you are presenting to. A hiring, like a panel presentation, is for me an opportunity to see how someone is going to have the IQ and EQ to read a room and present. And so I think it's a miss to bring someone into your company that their core job is to get on exactly a call like that every week, multiple times a day, and you don't see them in action. So that I think it's important.
Do you give them take-home assignments?
We don't. It's interesting. We're debating this. So at Slack, anyone that was coming in as an AE had to do a writing exercise, and it wasn't a take-home like I think you just had to write something. The take-home that we sort of do at Glean is more about asking them to follow up with an artifact that they've done. Like we had this one great AE that's coming over from Pinecone who built this incredible advanced prompting methodology for how to like basically prep for a customer call. It was amazing. He used enterprise ChatGPT and now he's using Glean to do it, and we're implementing it. And like he shared that artifact with us, and it wasn't like IP for the company, but that shows like that's an artifact that has depth.
Oh yeah, like you come into a hiring process with that and how you've used it before, you're like, fucking job.
Yeah, fun fact. So when I was interviewing at Glean, and I like when reps do this, I found out who the customers of Glean were and interviewed the buyers about their experience with Glean. I think as much as more important, frankly, is that people are making the right decision on the company they're going to go to.
It's a bit of a risky strategy. Some companies could be pissed that you called up their main buyer and was like interviewing them ahead of time.
It's all in the delivery and it's all in the approach. Now, I had relationships with Airbnb and Uber and networked in a warm intro way. And funny story, like the head of procurement at Uber, who I was like calling, she's like, AJ, we're not a customer of Glean. Sorry, like watch out for this company. They're lying to you. And I was like, what? And she's like, no. Sorry, never mind. Their company name used to be Sayo, and that's what's in our procurement system. Not so. But yeah, it was.
Your heart skips a beat.
Yeah,
there.
it actually did skip a beat in the moment. But so I guess what I'm saying is back to sort of what we want to see out of AEs is creative, proactive, like approaches to how you're like thinking, and that can come in the form of, okay, let's get an example of an artifact that you built. I want to see how you creatively problem solved on a business case. And it can come in the form of, hey, an AE shares an artifact that's not about an account, but it's about like how they were more efficient in the work they did. Or like I love, like I said, when reps are saying, oh, I talked to X, Y, and Z customer. You know, I interviewed my friend who's at Databricks who uses Glean, and he did a demo of it to me. Like that shows that passion for the product.
You mentioned your interview process with Glean. With the benefit of hindsight now, what could be done to have made that process better?
I think that and this would be more feedback for Arvind, right, my CEO, on what he could have done better. I think that Arvind should have been challenging me to put together a point of view on a couple of problems that I think senior leader interviews that CEOs are doing. And this is another reason we do the panel the way we do. I'll explain in a second. Is interviews are very precious in terms of the time that your leadership team is spending on them, right? And so Arvind, he could have spent all this time with me and it not really lead to anything. I think that having him ask me, hey, AJ, here are the 3 problems that we're dealing with as a company right now. Can you produce something and present to me and my leadership team on how you're going to solve it? It has 2 benefits. Even if I don't turn out to be the right guy, it's giving him ideas. And that's what one of the strategies we have in our panel interview is I always ask my managers, it's a double, like, choose the account that this person is prepping for their sell to on a new prospect that we are trying to get into. I hate wasted effort. It's money. I like to kill as many birds with one stone as I can.
How fast do you know when someone you've hired is not very good?
It depends on the segment. So if we're talking about the enterprise segment, you're going to know within probably 90 days.
Wow.
And
SMB?
SMB, you're going to know in like 30, 45 days.
Do you cut them down or do you give them a bit of time?
We have about all-time like a 20% turnover rate of AEs.
Good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Some might argue we need to be more aggressive.
What are the biggest commonalities in why they fail?
Number one is the topic I want to bring up is like a lack of 2 things: creative problem solving and collaborative tension. And collaborative tension is a new word I coined at our big company kickoff called GKO. The creative problem solving, it's not just, you can very quickly know when you've got an AE that's all they're doing is coming to you with problems and not coming with solutions and ideas. And that is a telltale sign that someone is not a creative problem solver. So like the best employees are the ones that when they meet with their boss or a stakeholder, they say, here's the problem, here's what I've thought about for it, and here's 1 or 2 ideas I'm thinking about. What's your feedback? Whereas the AEs that fall into that bucket of like, that I'm like, damn, like it's like they are coming to you and they're saying, oh, like I can't get my SE to do X, Y, and Z. I'm like, cut the bullshit. Like, what do you want them to do? Have you talked to them yet? Like, and you have to do this like annoying coaching to them, which is something that at this point in the senior AE careers, like you need to be going to try to solve that problem or coming to me with how you're thinking about solving. The second one is the collaborative tension, just on why we get rid of people is if you do not have the ability to collaborate effectively in a way that's driving your point of view that does require some tension and you are steamrolling people don't want to work with you, you're gone. Like it just doesn't work. And I like to use the word collaborative tension because I don't want to have this soft culture where everyone is just like, oh, we're collaborating and find it, like we're going to be all, it's about collaborating in a very prescriptive, direct way that is going to have tension. And if you can't do that effectively, then you can't be a part of these hyper-growth companies because that's what they need to make progress.
When you look back over your mistakes as a hiring leader, what's the biggest?
Moving too fast. I at Slack, we got this sort of like when the acquisition happened, and even maybe before the acquisition,
100%. I think SaaS is dead. Great companies, at least from headcount perspective, get smaller and not bigger. I mean, you go in a different country fighting for talent. That to me is Cold War. In Europe today, we're not producing the chips. We're not producing the energy. We don't have the foundational layer models. Now, the real downside to me is that it's at 1 billion mark. Once we become unicorn, and people think, oh, we made it. Like, who the fuck wants to be a rainbow-colored pony? Like, I don't want to be a unicorn. We need more long-term commitment as well. Like, we need founders who say, I'm going to invest 15 to 20 years. I'm going to commit this now. Substantial part of my life, the best years of my life to make this happen.
Ready to go? Dan, I am so excited for this, dude. We met at a Coatue dinner with Dan Rose a while ago now, so I'm so excited that we can make this happen in person.
Very likewise. Thank you for having me. Really looking forward to this.
So I want to just dive right in. You were a SaaS company. You were a darling of the traditional SaaS market, raised a lot of venture money. Why did you decide to pivot from SaaS to 100% of your revenue coming from AI?
I think what kind of gave the spark was just a couple of sleepless nights in a row, because like this new technology came out, GPT, and I like ChatGPT, and I played around with it, and then at some point I just couldn't sleep and was literally sitting on my couch in the dark, staring into nothing, because I was like, man, this thing is gonna learn how to code in no time. And maybe not now, maybe not next year, maybe 27, and maybe in 28. Like, where's our technological moat is going to be? Like it might just be gone, like anyone maybe able to replicate what we have built over years within days. And so I'm like, wow, that's going to be a big shift in company building, and how are we going to position ourselves to win in such an environment? And while I believe that there is some moats, I think there were like three things that made us go AI first. And I think the first thing is like, hey, like, there's two scenarios that are going to happen. First scenario is someone is going to come, going to replicate our technology, do maybe things in a better way, create more user value, and it's going to disrupt us. Scenario two is it's actually us doing that, us disrupting ourselves, and hopefully also our competition. And so one of our core values is always play offense, and so we got to play offense also on that, and we actually have to be that driver. I think that's one. The second thing is, if it's true that company building is going to change so fundamentally because so much value is coming out of the API, then it's also true that there's a lot of skills to be learned, and for every single role within a company. And so we might not know how the future is going to look like, but the best way to position us for the future is to learn how to build with AI on every single part of the organization. So essentially, we're in a race to upskill our teams. And more so, I told our team at some point, if you were to leave Choco tomorrow and you would not have the skills on how to build with AI, then your skill set would be obsolete. So it's also our responsibility as an employer to give our employees the opportunity to learn the most relevant skills of the century.
So normally I am like pushing CEOs away from selling their company, okay? Because the promotional shows are never good shows.
Yeah.
I'm about to defend your company in the stance that you're not taking. You're like, hey, we had to make the shift. I would argue, and this is why I want this debate, you have proprietary relationships with food distributors. You have a huge amount of data on products, on financials, on invoicing, everything around that. Those are two huge moats that I could come in with a better product. I do not have the historical relationships. I do not have the data moats. Technology doesn't matter in that respect. Why does Facebook open source Llama? Because the value's in the data that they have.
100%. I don't think all of the moat is gone, but I think a significant moat is gone. Like, we've still built technology for up to 7 years. And that holds for many companies. They might have built tech for 5 years, 10, 15, 20, doesn't matter. And so it's just part of their moat. And that part might vanish. And there might still other be moats, and we got to focus on those more for the future. But that might still be gone very quickly. I think it's important to recognize that many jobs will change fundamentally. and what these people do every single day.
Which jobs have changed most significantly today and which will be slower to change?
I think one of the easiest examples to describe is probably a product design. Because what if, previously you might have had like a UI that was very rich, and let's say you wanted to do payroll, and then you click, you have a search bar and you search for the right employee, and then you click into that employee, and then you maybe check, like how much bonus should they get, and then you create like this PDF, and then you send this PDF kind of to your tax advisor, and then maybe to your bank to essentially pay out the money. And so in the future, that just might be a prompt. Yeah, please do payroll. And please let the tax advisor and the bank know automatically, and just report back to me once it's done. And so what UI is there to design besides that chat? Who are you speaking to? What is the character of that AI, of that agent, if you want to, that you're speaking to? Is that like a very serious, structured kind of character? Is it a funny, cheeky character? Are they kind of very concise and precise in their answers? Are they more like conversational and try to do they maybe even flirt with you? Like, what kind of character do you want to design that is most appropriate for that particular job? And so a designer will probably have to do that in the future. Before, they've been drawing like great, simple user interface, and today's like which characters AI gonna have?
Other than developers, where Copilot is still a long way off and has got a lot of problems, hence the rebrand. Where are you seeing meaningful? I saw in the AI first, like 80% reduction in customer service cost. But like build with AI, it's not really changed much yet.
Let's say in the future, we actually not, so today most SaaS companies, what they do, including what we did, is like, okay, we talk to the customer, we identify the problems of the customer, and we say, look, we got a neat solution for you. And then this is how the solution works, and these are the features, and so on and so forth. But in the future, we are more or less selling an employee. And like, here's a very highly competent employee that has a specific skill, to perform in your company. It's never going to take a cigarette break. It's never going to take a day off. And you can hire 0.1 of these employees. You can hire 1,000. You can hire 0.1 in the morning. You can hire 1,000 by noon, and by night it might be 0.1 again. And so how do you demo this, right? And how do you negotiate a price for it? And so, even in a job that is probably first away from engineering being sales, like there are massive changes. How do you market that employee, right? So for marketing, there's gonna be massive changes. And then obviously in engineering, it's like, engineering, we got to plug into the APIs, but how do you QA an employee? Because if I put something to LLM, if I put the same question twice, I get a different result. So how do you QA that? Every job will significantly change. And even internal facing ones. It's like, let's go back to the payroll example. If I work in HR today, and many of the things I spend a lot of time with will just be done in seconds, then how do I stay on top of things? How do I not become obsolete in the future? It's like every single job will change.
So when I summarize this, respectfully, are you saying that we're seeing the end of SaaS and the agentification of all software in business as a fundamental transition?
100%. I think SaaS is dead. I call it the agentification of SaaS. In some industries, it might happen sooner, and in some later, but naturally, why do we have user interfaces? So I like kind of the HR example, because I still remember before all of these great HR tools came out, we were managing all of HR on Excel sheets. Not Google Sheets, but Excel sheets. And there was kind of every single employee, and when they joined, and how many holidays they took, and what they earn, and yada, yada, yada. And then these great tools came up which make the job much easier. But you still need to learn how to use that software. Whereas in the future, we're just going to prompt that. You don't need to learn anything, because you communicate with that machine like you communicate with a human, in voice, in written form, in many different things. And so it's just the adoption curve will just be faster because there's nothing to learn.
So just so I understand, so we will still have single sources of data truth, which is like your Salesforce, which is your repository of sales data, correct? And then we will have like application layer on top of them, which will just be prompt engines. And it'll be the same for HR, the same for payroll. Is that it?
Could be. It could also be that kind of in that example, Salesforce should be the application layer itself. There should not be a layer above Salesforce. It should be the application layer, and what's underlying might just be a database. And so like, you know, salespeople hate Salesforce. Like, go on there, update every single lead. Oh, I spoke to that person. Upload the presentation that you have done. Change the lead status. Who did I talk to? Who are like the points of contact? Where it's like, okay, like here are my notes that I took anyways. Okay, do the rest. So obviously it's a, and you can imagine if you ask a sales rep, hey, you have two options: fill the form or copy paste your notes. Like, what are they going to choose? And which tool is going to find more adoption? And which tool makes your sales rep more efficient?
So I have so many areas where I want to go on this one. The first one I'll just say is, like, you know, we're in Europe. In Europe, 62% of large enterprises still don't know what Slack is.
Yeah.
91% don't know what Notion is.
Yeah.
Respectfully, getting them to move to cloud is a challenge in itself.
Yeah.
Embracing an agent-based SaaS ecosystem is 10 years out, Daniel.
So this is where I disagree. I think it's the other way around. So I think AI is the perfect technology for traditional industries. Why? Because the problem in adoption is not that they think, oh, digital is unimportant. The problem in adoption is like, I need to learn something new. I have done this forever. I don't want to change. I'm going to need training. My people are not ready for it. That is the problem in adoption. Versus now it's like, no, you don't need to learn anything. Do you people know how to use WhatsApp? Yes. Okay, it works like WhatsApp. Type in what you want, it's going to give it back to you. So the adoption curve is going to be way faster. Like, AI is the perfect tool for traditional industries. Much more actually than for kind of like startups and tech, because those are people that are tech first. They know how to work with interface and stuff like that.
Totally understand that perspective. Yeah. How do you respond to the data security, compliance, large enterprise, gnarly logistic challenges which prevent the adoption of new technologies like this?
I don't think everything needs to be an LLM and not everything needs to come off the cloud. I think for many use cases, small language models are completely sufficient, and many of which can be hosted on-premise. Even large language models, they can be hosted on-premise. Nothing's going to leave your doors. So you can create a product with this as well. And it's completely hosted, even on your own internal servers. And so I think you got to go through the same questions around data security that any SaaS has to go through. So that's maybe a one-on-one. But then on the adoption curve, you still win.
I speak to many, obviously, AI leaders, and they say the single biggest problem right now is actually implementation. It's not the sales cycle. There's budgets, and they want to spend on AI, but it's implementation, it's data readiness, it's data cleanliness. And we have this post-agreement process where it's like, oh, I don't know what to do now.
Yeah.
How do you think about that?
So I do think that actually two interfaces will survive. One is kind of like the interface in which you ask the AI to do something and which it returns you what you want. That can be, you know, how much revenue did you make last month? It gives you back a number. That can be, you know, make the payroll. That gives you back the result and things like this. But AI is not God. Like, it makes mistakes, just an intelligence. You know, it's also not that also doesn't have superhuman knowledge, in particular, not on your proprietary data. And so you got to train it. And so that's the second interface that I think we will have in the future. And I think that we need to think in a way that, hey, how do we make it as easy as possible for our users to train the AI? Like, that's the key. It's not going to be everything's going to work from day one. And that's not what you should expect. And you should not oversell on it. It's not like, what's the day one accuracy? It's actually the rate of learning that needs to be as steep as possible.
I'm an investor for a living alongside the podcast, and I have to think about where value accrues in the stack.
Yeah.
We mentioned earlier you're using, you know, OpenAI for a lot of customer support elements. Where does value accrue, and what does it make sense for foundation model companies to build applications for versus what they just let have in an app ecosystem?
So I think, for example, what Anthropic has done with computer use 2 or 3 days ago is quite magical, actually.
For those that don't know, can you just explain it?
Yeah, essentially, Anthropic will take over your computer, and it can, you know, click for you, look up things for you, fill out forms for you, do everything a human does with a computer. It essentially take over your mouse and your keyboard and then you prompt it, tell it what to do.
Which is essentially the next generation of RPA.
Yeah, more or less, yes. A very, very smart RPA. And so one could argue that's application layer because RPAs exist. One could argue that's foundational layer. What is it? I think another way to think about it is how are incumbents really doing? But I think they're doing quite well. And but the problem is, and which is the advantage for the application layer for us, it's starting to get more and more commoditized, and the price decrease almost on a monthly level.
100%.
Like we literally had to do nothing, and our price is now 80% lower than 6 months ago, despite probably having 5 or 6 extra transactions.
What do you use?
And mostly OpenAI.
Mostly OpenAI.
Yeah.
A little bit of Anthropic?
A little bit of Anthropic, a little bit of Mistral, yeah.
To what extent do you care about price versus utility and functionality?
100% utility and functionality, because we're at that level of maturity and non-maturity, it's just about like build value first and later on we think about cost. So we didn't invest anything in cost, but our cost still went down despite volume going up. And so to that point, should foundational layer companies go on the application layer? Maybe, right? Because the rest might be commoditized.
The question is, you can buy OpenAI at 160 or Anthropic at 40. Which one do you buy?
So I'm not sure if these numbers are right, but I recently read that Anthropic is more or less doing 60% of the revenue of OpenAI, and they do this with less customers, so they kind of achieve a higher price point, probably. Plus the recent release of computer use, I find it quite inspiring. So probably do Anthropic. Having said that, I mean, there's been so much shitstorm about OpenAI. Like, let's be honest, like, they're the reason why we have this conversation.
100%.
Yeah.
If we go back to how it's impacted the core business, I completely understand everything that you've said. Every technology cycle, everyone goes, oh, we're going to lose our jobs, we're going to lose our jobs. And then every technology cycle, we actually just find new things to do.
Yeah.
We get better, we get more efficient, more productive. Seb at Klarna has fired 700 people in customer support. Which way does it go?
When we look at the Western world, when we look at Europe and US, the most significant challenge to business is labor shortage. Like with millions of open jobs that we can't fill. And not necessarily in tech, also in tech, in healthcare, and care for children, and truck driving. These tend to be like the jobs in which we have the most scarce labor. Even in hospitality, it's very hard for companies to find people to work there. So will AI maybe help us to reallocate our portfolio of labor to where it's most needed?
Do you not think we have those, I'm being deliberately divisive, because they're shit jobs. And what I mean by that is not shit, but they're not great jobs to do. Truck driving's a bit boring. It is, cleaning loos in cinemas and restaurants is boring.
Yeah.
Being a hotel maid is a bit shit, clearing up after other humans and wiping down loos, and they're all shit jobs. Humans don't want to do them.
Yeah, but if you sit in customer care and everything you get all day is complaints, that much better. And plus, these complaints are also very repetitive. And you're sitting like there and just also doing the same 20 prompts every single day.
This is the point, though, which is like AI will just replace the truly shit jobs.
Yeah, exactly. And so that person, like we need that person very urgently. And now you don't need to be, working in hospitality, which is an extremely hard job, but like we need kindergartners. Like just in Germany, we're short 50K. 50K. And the government has invested billions over the last, we're still short 50K. So wouldn't it be great just for general society?
I'm a believer in Adam Smith's invisible hand, where you have a shortage of 50K, you see salary increases for the kindergarten providers, and suddenly that 50K goes down to 10K.
And if we would have competent government, that would probably work out.
But why does it not?
So obviously it depends on the country, but in a German example, there's mostly more or less public servants in which it's not very privatized.
I completely disagree with all forms of regulation and government intervention as a venture capitalist. Okay, so we have this. Does that mean that we will see essentially what Klarna have said, which is the removal of Salesforce, the removal of Workday, we're building all of the tools internally ourselves? Is that what's going to happen?
I don't think so, because, AI today, like even the best LLM, won't enable you to build something like Salesforce fairly quickly. There's so much code, so much customization in there. And then plus, even if it would, then you would have to maintain it. And suddenly you need engineering resources to maintain an internal tool as opposed to engineering resources like building useful stuff for customers. But the people using it, I think maybe. And what Klarna, I think, part ways with 700 people in customer care. And I think these are very, very tough and horrible conversations that are there to be had. And the same was held for us, really. Like, we also automated a large part of our customer care, large part of our kind of more account management kind of work, and replaced it with AI. And
How many people did you let go?
Hundreds.
How do you say that?
Yeah, I think first you got to stomach it, right? Because like you have to do it. You're a business, and you operate within the rules of business, and that thing is going to make you so much more cash efficient, particularly in venture. Particularly an unprofitable venture. It's so important. But then these conversations are a different animal, right? Because you got to go to someone who's a fantastic person, who is eventually also like a fantastic performer, who's a high performer, and you got to sit down and you say, like, I'm really sorry, but essentially AI is taking your job. And that's a horrible conversation. And that conversation is obviously way different as in, hey, look, mate, there were certain goals. We gave you feedback. You didn't meet it over months. Like, it's a different animal. And it hurts way more. Of course, then people understand it also more from a rational perspective. It's still crap for them. But you got to do it.
How did they respond?
I think oddly enough, most people understood it. I think that, kind of once you as a company really embrace AI and everyone understands that it's important for you, I think the people will already start to have a sentiment. Maybe it's not panic, but they will understand, hey, it's a matter of time.
And so you move those people out of the business.
Yeah.
It is tough. I think you also have a duty of responsibility to your existing team members as well, where none of them will have jobs if you don't move forward with times and with technology. And so, sadly, that is business progression.
100%. And I think, our first responsibility actually is our vision. Like, that's what we need to get at, a mission, which is the reason why a company should exist in the first place. And we need to, with every single decision that we make, increase the probability of us achieving that mission. And sometimes these are easy decisions, sometimes these are hard decisions, but it's our role as leaders to sometimes also make the hard calls if it increases our probability of success.
Did you do the let goes in one go, or did you do them in multiple rounds?
So the AI-related one in one go,
Yeah, okay, good. When we chatted before, you said about an AI talent Cold War.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck is that? Can you help me understand that?
I think the Cold War probably has two components, and one is infrastructure and two is talent, but we can start with talent. And so we're in London right now. I've been in London together with some other AI founders sometime this summer for a conference. We got an invitation from someone, let's say fairly high up in the US government to meet up for dinner. And we only AI founders, and then of course it was a lovely dinner. It was a fantastic opportunity for us. But essentially, they were making it very attractive for us to move our AI talent over. But we're in the UK here. But the next day, there was a similar event from someone from the British government. And so maybe 2 weeks ago, there was a conference in Berlin. And same, UAE and Saudi Arabia. So people are really fighting for this talent. They have understood how vital it is. And you go in a different country fighting for talent, like that to me is Cold War. And I think it's very interesting. And
what do they want specifically? They want you to build your AI teams in their country?
Yes, and relocate there.
do they offer anything in return?
Yeah,
Like, what
no.
is their sell?
It depends. What you obviously always get is kind of like golden visa and this kind of support. Like the most extreme offers that you get is like people are going to pay like government is going to pay salaries for 3 to 5 years for your top AI talent. Like they're going to do that.
Why would you not do that? They're going to take away the cost base of your AI team?
I think you seriously have to consider it. If it's the best for your company, then you have to do it. And if your employees want that.
Where is your team today?
Berlin. Like all of our R&D is in Berlin, and then we have sales offices across US and Europe.
Why? Is it the best in Berlin? Is it most convenient? It's because you're there? Why is it Berlin?
So we started Choco in Berlin because we felt with the best network there. We felt Berlin is a very attractive city for foreigners to come. You don't need to speak any German. It's the most affordable capital in Europe. I think it has one of the highest just quality of life, like living standards in Europe.
But for specifically AI, like there's no great institution spinning out of Berlin. Like if you go to London, though, we've got Google, we've got DeepMind,
Yeah.
we have Facebook, we have Cambridge, we have Oxford. I mean, we have some amazing educational and large. Like we're better for AI. Why aren't you here?
Like, yes, on the foundational layer, I completely agree, but I think on the application layer, there's just so much to learn. Like it's fairly new, and we all start from zero. Like the race is on since 2023. Foundational layer models that has been going on for a while, and you need those institutions that you just mentioned. But on the application layer, where it's like, how do I integrate with that API of foundational layer? How do I do prompt engineering? How do I design such a product? Like those things are new, and you got to upskill, and we are on that race.
How many machine learning engineers do you have? Broad strokes.
15 to 18. Yeah.
15 to 18.
Yeah.
And they're in Munich, in Berlin too.
Yeah.
Okay. Where would you most be persuaded to go to? Who's doing a good job selling? Who's doing a bad job selling?
When I started to actually entertain the thought was when I realized that in Europe we might be at a disadvantage. As an example, we got access to the advanced voice API from OpenAI last as a continent. Apple AI or Apple Intelligence, it's going to be launched last in Europe. And trust me, I tried to work around it. It's fucking hard to work around it if you're a European citizen. And let's continue. Close to 100%, if you go on the infrastructure part, close to 100% of all GPUs are built in Taiwan. Obviously, for geopolitical reasons, everyone is trying to de-risk Taiwan. So where are these factories going to be built? I don't see them in Europe. I see, for example, the UAE wanting to spend hundreds of billions to create them there. I see the US, like literally, the White House probably 1.5 months ago, they issued like this paper in which they urged the military to find real estate so they can build this stuff. And then we can continue, like we're going to need a lot of energy to it as well for those data centers. People are investing into that energy production in the US, in the Middle East. I don't see that in Europe. And to me, it's like, hey, in Europe today, we're not producing the chips. We're not producing the energy. We don't have the foundational layer models. So in that sense, these countries that don't possess those three elements are not really sovereign countries when it comes to AI. And if we believe that AI is truly as revolutionary of a technology like electricity was when it was first introduced, then we're not sovereign as a country in the first place. And so to your question, where would we go? Like, first of all, we would need to go to a country that has AI sovereignty.
Okay, so first off, I actually interviewed Des Traynor quite recently from Intercom, actually at like an internal Intercom event, and he was like, I'm not going to do his accent because I suck at an Irish accent, but he was like, essentially, for most of Europe, AI is just shut off. Like, he's like, Facebook, they just won't entertain putting any of their AI products in Europe because of the regulatory lack of clarity.
Yeah.
And so it's like, boop, you don't get AI. Sorry, bad luck. Is that true?
I mean, I'm not sure if we're not going to get it. I think we're just going to get it last. It's just going to take longer.
Okay, so it takes longer and it's hard. And then you said there's foundation models, there's obviously chips, and there's energy, the three factors.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we just go through them, I'm a European, you're in Germany, I'm in London.
Yeah.
I want to stay a European. So one by one, chips.
Yeah.
What can we do that would make you happy and make us not lost?
Very interesting example. a German government wanted to fund Intel to put a chip production plant in Germany. I forgot if it's 10 or 20 billion, which is obviously too little, but it's a great start. And because of obviously the problems that Intel is having, they said, okay, no, sorry, we won't do it. So someone is offering them 10 to 20 billion, and they say, no, sorry, we won't do it. First of all, Intel is the wrong company to fund. So the first step you ask me is like, put it to the right company, put it to Taiwan Semiconductor, put it to NVIDIA, people that can actually produce GPUs, and we need to make it fairly easy for them to come. And what those companies need is obviously energy. They need the government support, and they need a lot of clean water. And actually, we can provide that in Europe. So I think that's one. We need to bring them here. Electricity, obviously, or energy is obviously like a way bigger challenge, in particular with the shift to renewables. To me, it's an unsolved problem. I also see an ethical problem there, because should we, like from a German perspective, should we go back to nuclear?
Do you think we should go back to nuclear?
I'm personally not a big fan of nuclear, just because I think it puts a lot of responsibility on future generations for problems that we haven't solved yet. That might be the only way.
Okay, so we've got chips like invest in the right winner, back them, build them here. Energy, hard problem, TBD. Happy to have a TBD. We can't have solutions to all of them. And then foundation models.
That's the hardest.
Why is foundation models the hardest?
Because we have a structural issue here. And that is we have a talent gap. Like, how are we going to bring the right level of talent to build, not to build a foundational model, but to build a competitive foundational model? A model that can compete with OpenAI, that can compete with Anthropic, that can compete with NVIDIA, with X, with Llama. How do we get this kind of talent? And where is that founder in Europe that is willing to commit a lifetime to build such a company?
So I naively posit, well, we have DeepMind, and we have actually huge amounts of Llama resources in Paris, and incredible AI centers in Paris. We absolutely can stand up a team. And founder-wise, respectfully, I'm with you. I think the quality of European founders is much worse than US. We'll get into that. But we only need one, Samuel.
Yes, 100%.
We don't need 50. We need one. And so I disagree with you. We could do a foundation model. I mean, I think Mistral is proving that we can. Respectfully, they just don't have anywhere near enough money.
I agree with you. I think just it's structural, because it feels a bit more like chance. Like you need the right person at the right time who actually is willing to take the risk, whereas I think it's more in your control to provide energy and to bring a chip manufacturer.
But I think we actually have it in our control to solve the talent shortage, which is why I'm so fucking visceral against the UK government right now, despite being in the UK. Where it's like increasing capital gains tax does not make entrepreneurs want to build in your business, in your country. And so I completely agree with you there. Before, you said to me that regulatory is like this catch-all that we use in Europe for like, oh, that's why we haven't actually achieved. And actually, it's just a bit of an excuse for, I think it was laziness or lack of work ethic. What do you mean by that?
When we look at keynotes about tech in Europe, I think there's always three things that are getting mentioned. First, on the con side is we don't have enough capital. Second, on the con side is we have too much regulation. And third, on the pro side is we actually have enough engineering talent that is being produced by our universities and stuff. You know, and I believe that. But today I have to say, you know, a couple years into our journey, there's not enough capital. Okay. And yes, when we started Choco, there was 2018, there was no way to raise 20 million, even just 20 million euros in Germany. It just did not exist. That kind of funds that you could raise 1, you could raise 5, maybe 10, 20, just did not exist. But what existed and what still exists today is 5 times a day a direct plane to London and 2 times a day a direct plane to JFK. And if you're willing to do a layover, you can get several times a day to San Francisco. And those funds in the US, in the UK, they are happy to invest in Germany as long as you're growing fast enough. So to me, it's like, are we now going to hide away between, oh my God, we don't have enough domestic capital, or are we just going to say, fuck it, I want to build a great company and I'm going to get on the plane?
First, I think we do have enough domestic capital now. Like the amount of incredible and not incredible funds in Europe, there are too many. I think there's too much money for too little good entrepreneurs. So I think we do, and then we have the globalization of capital. So right, tick, agreed. Funding is not the problem. Regulatory.
Look, there's certain heavily regulated industries, and I don't know them very well, but I'm sure eventually they're at a disadvantage. But that doesn't hold, for example, for most of SaaS. and also neither for most of marketplaces.
What about the fragmentation of countries and the different regulatory provisions that come with each different jurisdiction?
Hey, try to start a fintech in the US. You have, 52 different states, and for some of them, you need a different license as well.
I agree, and that's why $15 billion is the biggest with Chime, and we have a $45 billion company with Revolut.
You know what I thought is that, so for example, about Germany, many people complain about the notarization of everything, and then it's like probably 20 to 30 hours of extra work for any funding round that you do. And I think it's unnecessary and it's a burden. But I think, Mark Zuckerberg, would he have said, oh no, sorry, I can't build Facebook here because my lawyer has to do 20 to 30 hours of extra work to go to the notary? I'm like, fuck no, that guy would have found a way. Like Elon Musk built in Germany, the home of car manufacturing, next to Berlin, right next to the capital, right next to Berlin Airport, a factory to produce cars. He made that happen. So I'm like, okay, if we have truly great entrepreneurs that, yes, okay, there are obstacles, and yes, okay, maybe the funding one is gone, then you have regulatory. But truly great founders will just be stoic about it. They were like, okay, that's the situation, how to work around it, and let's fucking go. And so I think that's what we need. We just need that pragmatism. Like we cannot always hold back and look for this kind of excuse. Just make it happen. Like it's possible. And to your point, Revolut has proven it, and Adyen has proven it, and Spotify has proven it. And we're gonna have more companies prove that it is possible. And so I think we should just stop whining and get pragmatic about it. And then look, I don't think European regulation is great. I think it's horrible. I think governments are utterly incompetent. Like that is the case. But that should not hold us back for building great companies. And we should not even waste like 1 second complaining about it. Hopefully it's gonna get fixed, and maybe we can voice our ideas how to fix it. But it should never hold us back.
So would you be long or short on Europe moving forwards?
So I think status quo, we have to be short. Government is just, yeah.
If you were being as ambitious as you could be for your business,
Yeah.
why are you not in America or the UAE?
So we are in America, and in fact, America is our largest market from a revenue perspective, and we also invest most of our money in America. And fairly recently, we're also in the UAE, and we recently opened an office there.
Do they give you credits for opening offices there?
They certainly give us some sort of support, yes, but not in terms of money. More like in terms of visas and stuff like that and cooperation. But so how I view is when I look at, okay, so we got US, we got Europe, and then we got, let's say, Middle East. And so this is our portfolio of markets. And then how I look at it is that, okay, we got US, that's the largest software market on the planet, and if you want to build globally, you got to win the US, and that's kind of where dollars come from. Then you have the Middle East, in particular UAE and Saudi. And it's like, these are just very fast-growing economies, very ambitious economies, very little legacy, which is obviously for SaaS, to your point, implementation is so hard, usually because of a lot of legacy, but they have very little legacy, and they want to be the best, right? They want to show the world we can do something great, and they actually are on a fantastic trajectory. So that's kind of the growth market. And then you have Europe, and Europe is just that kind of like almost like post-competitive, robust market in which you can grow, and if you have the US dollars because you're active in the US, you can likely build a great business out of Europe. But it's kind of like that more like stagnant kind of thing in the middle. So I think you need to think portfolio, and you gotta diversify.
Do you live in the US now?
No, I used to live pre-COVID.
Talk to me about COVID. COVID, you have, I mean, dude, you're a restaurant platform, and you'll hate that description, but like you serve restaurants at the end of the day.
Yeah.
What happens?
So COVID hit. We were about to turn 2 years old. We had 2 years old, so probably we've been like 18 months live. We're probably up to 300-400 million annualized GMV, growing very fast, having a good time. And then COVID hits. And I was in New York back then. I'm like, hey, I'm not going to do COVID in my shoebox apartment in New York. I'm going to go back to Berlin. And there's a direct flight from Newark to Berlin. It's a 7-hour flight. I bought that plane. I still remember I opened my phone. I checked Looker. And I see our GMV. And it's a Sunday. And I land Monday morning, 7 a.m. in Berlin on the runway. I put out my phone. I checked Looker. 98% of our GMV is just gone. And lockdown hits, and our business is just gone. It vanished overnight. Lockdowns everywhere, a lot of uncertainty in the market, and it was a tough time. And I started smoking, smoked 2 packs cigarettes a day, got a beard like this, got gray hair, lost my humor, was horrible, was tough, and also because was such a big break from like, hey, no, we're just growing and working hard with product market fit. Okay, like stop. Not only stop, but go to negative, like lose your business essentially.
How did you communicate that to team and to investors?
I think 2 things. The first thing I did was I Googled best books on crisis management. And I think the best book is, it's kind of a biography about Ernest Shackleton. And he's that guy who took a boat and he wanted to be the first one on the South Pole. And he tried 3 times, failed all the 3 times, but he never lost a man. And it's a fantastic book, and there's a couple of lessons in there. And one of the lessons is like never lose your humor. Like if you use your humor, you lose your sanity, and you're gonna lose your clear thinking. Never change your values. Like stay true to them. And so, I think that was really the first step. Going to the team and say, hey guys, look, we don't appreciate the situation, but that's how it is, and we gotta make the best out of it. And we hope everyone has sufficient toilet paper, and because that was the time back then. And then I think the second thing is stay true to your values. And at that point, one of our values really got part of our culture, and that is always play offense. And so I think when COVID hit, and when you lose 98% of your GMV, and it's the very first week of it, no one knows what's happening. Like, are we all gonna die? Is it gonna be gone in 2 weeks? No one knows. It's very easy to play defense and say, okay, like, look, we're gonna hibernate now. We're gonna do mass layoffs. We're gonna preserve runway. We're gonna preserve cash. We wait until it's all over, and then we pump it up again. So that is like the move. That's a defensive move, and we just say no. Like, what do we have to do to play offense? And that was really formative experience for our company, because there was always one country in Europe, there was always one state in the US which was not in lockdown. Our Spain team moved to Florida, because you can do sales speaking Spanish in Miami, probably better actually than English. And Miami became our best city launch to that date. And our France team, they moved first to California and then to Texas, and the German team I think went also to Texas, and we always had to leave Schengen for 14 days. So we always went to Dominican Republic, waited 14 days, and then we entered the US. And so we've been growing through, and we changed in our go-to-market from like a field sales approach and a product optimized for field sales approach to a product optimized for like a telesales approach. And then to a product-led growth approach. And so we just said, okay, like, look, let's be stoic about the situation. That's how it is. And let's just change. And so we didn't do the layoffs. We burned a bunch of cash in that period, 100% sure. But hey, we stayed true to our values. We kept playing offense. We kept our human, our positivity. And then once the curtain of COVID lifted, like, we were just ahead of the competition who may have chosen to hibernate.
When was your most recent round?
Was beginning of 2023.
Got you. What price was the round?
1.1 billion.
1.1 billion. Do you feel that is high now? I think we have a generation of companies that are growing into valuations.
100%.
Do you regret raising it at $1.1 billion valuation?
There's elements of it that I regret, elements of it that I don't regret. I think what I don't regret is that, someone once told me, if you can take the cash, and if your father's not a billionaire, then you should take it. And why? It's because more cash increases your probability of like an outcome of you achieving your mission, and every decision that you do has to be to increase that.
But do you buy that? I don't buy that. I think it increases distractions. It reduces capital efficiency. It gives you more runway, which does not increase execution speed.
So here we come to the downsides, right? So I think everything you say is true. I think, however, we also outlived something like COVID because we were doing this strategy. We also kind of came, I don't want to say smooth sailing, like we had our tough patches certainly during the high interest rate area, but also through that we came because we took the money. Now the real downside to me is that 1 billion mark, because once we become unicorn and people think, oh, we made it. Like we're done, we're great now. Kind of people get less hungry. And then you get applications of people who look for a safe space to work. It's like, no, fuck it. We're not safe. Like, we're at high risk. We're going to work our butts off. We have to take risks. It's going to be chaos, and you're going to need to thrive in it, and it's going to be a lot of change. We're not a little change company now just because we crossed. And also, like, who the fuck wants to be a rainbow-colored pony? Like, I don't want to be a unicorn. And so just that cultural component is, and I remember I made the mistake, and we did a unicorn party. I wish we would have never done it. It's like, oh, well, Chief Unicorn started so fun. And then we had like flags. And then I realized what it changed in people. And then like 2 weeks later, I told everyone, remove those flags in all of our offices and trash them. I was like, why that? It's like, hey, like, we're not done. So I think that's definitely what I regret.
Why did you let that party happen? Like, straight away there, I'm like, oh, like, you know, we closed the 400 million fund.
Yeah.
We did not have a celebratory dinner.
Yeah.
But I had a walk and then dinner with my mum.
Yeah. And I think that's a fantastic mindset. I think for us, and it's more of an excuse, but, you know, Dan Rose, one of our board members at CodeU, and he told me, once I met him the first time in flesh again after COVID, he told me, you were the only company in our portfolio that suffered from COVID. All of the others went bonkers. Food delivery and quick commerce at that point in time. And many other companies just had so much growth and so much equity value was built. Our equity value was destroyed because of COVID. Like, we just came out of a really, really tough patch. We were working 17 hours a day. Again, it started smoking, and it's been tough for most of our people. And we probably also did party just because, like, okay, like, it's over. Like we survived. So I guess it's partly as an excuse why we did the party.
When you look back at your management through COVID, is there anything that you would change?
The very first week, again, I'm in New York. And then one of our angel investors, Daniel Graf, told me, you know, just be close to the team. Like, and most of our team was in Berlin, so I said I go back to Berlin. And I arrived Monday morning. We're like, what are we supposed to do? Like, food distributors are not working and restaurants are closed. Like, what? And so we said, okay, first week of COVID, everyone gets a week off. And we said, like, okay, might be great. Everyone can adjust to a new situation. Like, the opposite was the case. Like, purpose was gone. So I think that was a mistake. It certainly helped us to regroup and then to actually play offense and to give a lot of purpose to the team thereafter. But I think that week was not appreciated, and we should probably have thought about this earlier.
People need purpose. I totally agree with that.
100%.
Do you believe at all in work-life balance?
I think it's bullshit. You know, what I always tell our people is like we have to be 100% present and 100% intense. So when you're at work, I expect you to be 100% here. Like, not on Instagram, not with your head somewhere else, but like 100% present with all of your intensity. But when you're at home, I expect the same, that you give 100% at work to be 100% at home. And I think that's way more important, because like work-life balance is like, yeah, you know, I'm going to work every day until like, you know, 7 p.m.
But I would push that. I would say even at home, I don't want you to be 100% at home. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
By nature of like our business, if we are going to be the best fund in the world, we are going to have to do extraordinary things.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I think there's always phases where that's going to expect it from you. And yeah, you might get that Sunday morning call like that, and you got to be ready for it. But if that Sunday morning call doesn't happen, like, be present, because otherwise you're going to burn out and your partner's going to complain. You're going to leave.
100%. Yeah. Totally agree with that.
Yeah, like you need to be ready for war any given moment in time.
Totally agree with that.
That's a given.
How much cash have you raised so far?
330 million.
What's your single biggest lesson on fundraising?
You know, fundraising is a several-step process. And step one is you need to bring a fantastic group of people together. Step two is you need to work on a mission and on a strategy that makes sense, and those people have to create it. Step three is you got to work your butt off. Step four is you're going to look how well you're doing, and you put this on an ugly slide. It's ideally just a couple of graphs. And step five is you just hand those slides out, and that's a fundraising process. So yes, there's many of things within the fundraising process that you can do good, and many things that you can do bad. But fundamentally, if the graph is going up and to the right, you're going to raise money. And if not, it's going to be fucking hard. So the best way to fundraise, just make your company do well. And then I think, you know, for first time founders, or like when you raise your first couple of rounds, it's like, don't beg for money. Like, the investor's job is to invest, not to not invest. Like, understand, and also, what is the psyche of a VC? The psyche of a VC is like, hey, I have a portfolio, and everyone knows 90% of my portfolio are going to be write-offs. They're going to fail. That's normal. That's accepted in the venture world. What is not accepted is if you meet the entrepreneur and you decide not to invest, your negative portfolio, if you miss the deal. So naturally, the investor is to and has to be to a certain extent FOMO driven. So, you know, in the end of the day, cash is a commodity, the dollar is green, but your company is singular. And yes, you're also reliant on the investor, but like, don't beg, like, it has to be a conversation eyesight. Don't be arrogant either. But like, meet on eyesight. You have an asset, and the other person eventually wants that asset. And by the way, you cannot choose any investor. You probably can only choose 1 or 2, maybe 3 per round.
To your point on upside, the thing founders don't often articulate best is like, how's this a $10 billion company? And I think we're almost trained not to in Europe because it's arrogant or it's too idealistic but I have to see $1 billion revenue business.
You know, I love that you said idealistic because it ties us back to previous point. It's like, why Berlin? I think Berlin is a very idealistic city, maybe the most idealistic city among capitals in Europe. And I think a founder to a certain extent has to be idealistic and has to put a great vision, because in the end of the day, like our vision, for example, is enable a sustainable food system, and that's very important for the globe for many respects. But I'm like, okay, like, you know, we went through COVID, that has been tough, and then it's the high interest rate period, and then there's like that AI pivot, and every company has to go through such things. Yesterday I watched an early interview of Steve Jobs, and he said we had 90 days of money left. And so like, what is gonna make you stand in front of your team, not in front of the investor, but in front of your team, and authentically say, hey guys, we need to work extra hard now because it's really, really important that we achieve our mission. And if that is not like a compelling vision, then you're gonna have a hard time doing that authentically. And so I think when you have that, and this is what you have to voice to the investor, and then I don't think you need to put a number behind it. It just needs to sound compelling. It needs to sound large. It needs to sound long-term. Long-term is another component, like we spoke about, okay, like Europe and regulation and extra capital and stuff like that. Like, we need more long-term commitment as well. Like, we need founders who say, I'm going to invest 15 to 20 years. I'm going to commit this now, substantial part of my life, the best years of my life, to make this happen. I'm not going to give the fuck up. I'm going to win. And I'm going to push through. And I think the investor needs to know this. And you need to articulate, like, what is this? Is this a company that we're going to, you know, try to increase revenues fast and sell it? Is it that IPO, you know, leave the company and make holidays on the Bahamas? Or is it like, are we going to build a generational company? And by the way, that's what we need in Europe, generational companies.
There's a very sad moment for me in a Jensen Huang interview where they said, you know, would you do this again?
Yeah.
And he goes, no. If I knew how hard it was, I wouldn't do it again. Respectfully, Daniel, you know, you're in a great place now with the AI, but with COVID, with the transition, with everything that we've been through, would you do it again?
I ask myself this question often. There were years when I would say fuck no, and there are years where I said like yeah, and with pleasure. And I think that you gotta be realistic about, like, it's gonna be tough, and every cell in your body has to tell you start and build that company. And if one cell in your mind and your body is telling you yeah maybe, then don't do it. Like, don't. But if every cell tells you to do it, then you got to do it. And I think, you know, people say, you know, some people jump in the pool and they get out and they're still dry. And I think a real founder is wet before they even jump into the pool. And like, you got to sweat. It has to be part of you. And then I think you might do it again.
I remember when I was once fundraising, it was a tough time fundraising. It's a couple of years ago, and my friend who started Calm, Alex Will, said to me, Harry, you don't get it, dude. Like entrepreneurship is about getting punched in the face time and time again and going, yeah, give me more. And you have to enjoy that. Not like be okay with it. You have to like actually seek it out. Like almost this masochism of like, yeah, I'll take it.
100%, and I think there's many parallels. So when I was young, I grew up in the Alps, and I was a ski instructor because that was just like the kind of the job that like 16-year-olds would do where I grew up. And it's like what I saw very early on is like the kids that fell all the time, they learned the fastest. And like, you know, everyone falls for the first time. That's just part of the process. But then it's like the ones that I went around, and I don't want to fall again, and blah, blah. They're just not going to learn. But if you're willing like to fall again and again, like those are the kids that make it and that will become great racers.
Can I ask a final one, which is, you said you raised 330, whatever it is. Yeah. What did you spend on that you wish you hadn't spent on first?
We had a team with really great people in there. So it's not the people's fault. It's more like my fault. And it was a special projects team. And it's kind of like, okay, like here's our core business and here's a special projects team, figure out great things. And once they're great, bring it back to the core and then the core is going to scale it. And I think today I'm convinced that that's the wrong way to think about company building. Actually, this AI would be another example. Like we could give it like to a special project kind of skunkworks kind of team. You figure out AI and then you give it back. So that doesn't work. And the reason is that if the core of your company doesn't have the skills, the capabilities to innovate, then you have a problem in the first place. Like your core needs to be able to innovate, to get it there. So the skunkworks team might just be an excuse to not being able to do it in your core. That's one. Two, let's say your special projects team figures something out and it's fantastic. And then you give it to other people and they say, oh, what they did is fantastic. Now can you please like productize it and roll it? No. Like I want that person who figures it out. I want to allow this person to own it, to be the responsible individual for it, to scale it, to build it together with that. That is much more motivating, right? And so, I think that understanding that likely if you have a special project, seeing something is not well in your core, we should not have spent money on that.
Which is the worst market for you?
Spain.
Why?
Highly fragmented, like next level fragmented. To give you an example, the average restaurant in the US, in Germany, orders from 4.5 different suppliers. Yeah, so say one for fish and one for meat and one for drinks and so on. In France, we had 9, much more specialty, more focused on food and so on and so forth. In Spain, we're at 18. And likely you need a different product for that, right? Because so the distributors, they're smaller. So does it justify your sales cycle? You need probably more like a self-onboarding kind of product-led growth kind of thing. So that's why I think the market is challenging. On the other hand, Spain has many other advantages. It's one of the very few economies in Europe that are actually properly growing in GDP from a smaller base. Obviously, access to talent is okay. People want to move to Barcelona. It's easy sell.
What did you not, final one before we do a quick fire, what did you not spend on that you wish you had spent on?
So we were lucky. We found product market fit for our first product very early on in our, probably even actually before we started coding, to be fair, because we just did 1 trillion iterations just on design, always with user feedback. So we product marketed early on. And then we went out to the market and it was growing. And then, we launched like Berlin and then Germany and then France and the US and so on and so forth, and city by city. And it was working well. And I think, something working is actually very rare. And so once you have something that's working, like you gotta go all in. Like I wish you would have, spent double the amount of money, have tripled the amount of burn probably in the first 24 months of our company. And just go big, because...
What would that have allowed? A land grab on distributors?
For sure, a land grab. I think more importantly, it would just have created a larger brand within the industry.
When everyone is raising a lot of money around you, the space got very hot very quickly.
Yeah.
Some people say, you've got to raise too. You've got to compete. Others say, the money will dry up. What matters is actually not getting involved in the frenzy and playing your own game. Which one makes sense?
I'm not sure if it's an either or. Like, I'm not saying you should just triple your burn. I say you should triple your burn when something is working really well. right? Within the constraints of good economics and capital efficiency. But once you figure that complete thing out, not only the product market fit, but also like a go-to-market with good economics, then just go as fast as possible, because that's when you actually will attract copycats. It needs to be the complete thing. And then I think we can also answer this question in isolation. Like, we also need to look at the competitive situation. And the competitive situation...
Do you think you had good competitors?
Yeah, I think we had good competitors. I think we still have good competitors.
Which competitor do you most respect?
So early on, certainly a company, it was called Recce.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think they had a fantastic product for restaurants, and probably still have. Like, we were directly competing in Paris and Chicago, New York, Berlin, everywhere. It was like a multi-frontier war, if you want. So I think we just sat down and analyzed the strength and weakness and just made a plan on how to win and execute on it. And I think actually it's fantastic that we had a good competitor, and actually a competitor that at that point was probably already 10 times larger than us. We had maybe raised 2 million. They had raised 20 million. That was very fertile ground for us to start.
I always say be grateful for your competitors.
100%. And it makes you better, but it's also like it's the simplest motivational tool. You know, when you're second, when you're third, like, what's the goal? Like, here's the number one. The goal is get a bit above the number one. It's as simple as that. Now, once you're the number one, okay, what's the goal now? Stay number one is a bit defensive, right? So like, kind of like, you need to go from like winning to like dominating. How do you define it? And suddenly things become a bit unclear. Like, you're essentially always pushing forward and excellent stuff like that. But
you also need to create a common enemy.
Yes, to a certain extent, right? Because I think a common enemy and extrinsic motivation, if you want so, works. But I still believe what works better is an intrinsic motivation. It's like we are here to achieve our mission. That's why we're here. You know, and by the way, lions don't lose sleep over sheep. Like, we need to focus on what we are doing and not focus on winning against competition, but like at achieving our mission and doing it as fast as possible. And so I think that intrinsic motivation still has to be number one. And I always, I'd rather think like the kind of the extrinsic one, like the competition, the market, that has to be like a far two.
Lions don't lose sleep over sheep.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that before. Listen, I've loved doing this. I want to do a quick fire with you. So I say a short statement, you give me your immediate thoughts. So what do you believe that most around you disbelieve?
I do believe only AI first companies will win. And by AI first, I mean that a majority of your total revenue or of your new revenue, which will lead into a majority of total revenue, has to come from an AI product. Why? Because you're going to be more capital efficient. You can provide more user value. It's just fast adoption curve. On top of that, kind of using AI internally. So revenue is kind of more external, that's your product, but using it internally to get more productive, to automate things, it's just going to be the required status quo. A company with a social media account is won't become a social media company. It's just a requirement of an Instagram account just to hold the status quo of a company. And companies that automate internal process with AI, we don't call them AI enabled. We just call them a company in the future.
I know your revenue growth has scaled immensely.
Yeah.
If I'm allowed to ask, what's your revenue?
We're in a very competitive situation, so I don't think we like talking about it. But I can tell you our GMV, since this AI transition, grew like tremendously. I think it took us, with kind of like the 2 years of COVID break, it took us probably 5 years to get to 1.5 billion-ish. And it took us then less than a year at another billion.
So you're at 2.5 billion in GMV.
Mm.
What's the closest competitor in terms of size?
Frankly, I don't know. I assume half, maybe less than half.
That is insane though, when you look back to that flight and you look back to reminding you of that looker. Yeah. But like 300, and it's like, that was the great. And then it got shot. And now to be at 2.5.
Yeah, it's been wild.
It's good to have the really shit times because it keeps you level on what truly shit can be.
Yeah, and I don't want to miss it. Like, I always tell our people kind of like, hey, running a company is like, we need to cross a jungle. Okay, and then we're here, and then there's the jungle. We need to go to the other side, and we have different jobs. And some people need to cook, and some people need to carry, and some people need to build tents. And sometimes, it's fantastic. You're like on the top of a mountain, and the sun is rising, and the birds are chirping. It's just beautiful. And sometimes it's just raining for 3 days. It's cold. We're all wet. We're hungry. Don't find food. And right then, middle of the night, we need to cross a river full of piranhas and crocodiles. And we're like, fuck. But when we're all old and gray, and we look back, the cooler story is actually like, hey, mate, remember when we used to have to cross that river in the middle of the night full of piranhas and crocodiles? like that's actually what makes a great experience.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
You can be CEO of another company for a day. Which company would you like to be CEO of?
One on the inspiring side and one of the, okay, what the heck is actually going on side. And I think, Pixar, just because of like the talent density and kind of like this creative work, which is very far from what we do. We like more like B2B and hardcore efficiency. Like, I think that would be a fantastic environment to experience that. I think kind of on the what the fuck is going on side is like the German rail system, like Deutsche Bahn is like, what the heck are those guys doing every single day? 300,000 people.
Why? What the heck are they doing?
A couple of examples. So last year, 2023, there was like this big bonus, like bonus payments to the executives, but to every single employee at Deutsche Bahn if they were to get more on time, more punctual. And so they did not only like miss that goal of getting more punctual, like not like only get half more punctual. No, they went negative, 9% negative. 100% of the bonus was paid out. So like, okay, like what the heck is going on in that? And it's getting worse by the day. Like, what are they doing? Like French, and I believe even Italian railway system doesn't let German trains anymore enter their countries because they're just too fucking late all the time. Like, what's up? Sorry, guys. So how dysfunctional must a company be? I'll give you an example.
Also, what precedent do you set that you miss the goal and still pay it?
Yeah, exactly. And like significant bonus. I know someone there, not very senior, fairly junior, I would even say, and the guy bought a small wooden boat with that bonus. It's like, the fuck? Great year for him, no?
Is this a government-funded railway?
Yeah, mostly, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's horrible. They're building a new central station.
But this is where, if you were in the US, and if we were asking for generational companies, don't laugh, you'd have someone who'd say, I'm going to build another railway. Deutsche Bahn is shit. They are completely lacking the profit incentive. They're terribly run. The next European Elon Musk would go, I can do it better.
Yeah, and I think, for example, Flixbus is doing it right. They have this Flix train kind of thing, and it's obviously challenging because they need to use the infrastructure of their competitor. Yeah, I think that would be. I think that would be an interesting thing for days. Like, okay, how dysfunctional can it get?
I'd choose Palantir. Like, just to peer into any global conflict and be like, what's going on?
Yeah. Fair enough. Sure, Taiwan Semiconductor, very interesting as well in video, obviously.
Okay. Tell me, what statement in startups is said most that is most BS?
So I heard this story about Jeff Bezos, okay? And so they're somewhere in the US, and then they want to build something, and I can't figure it out. But there's a company in Paris, and they figured it out. And I think they're on a plane to Chicago. And then Jeff says, okay, let's fly to Paris now. Like right up now. And all of the exes go like, okay, the fuck? I thought we were going to Chicago. And so I think many people would call this bias for action. But I think also many people would describe this as impulsiveness. So actually, depending on outcome, it's either bias for action or impulsiveness, right? So you judge afterwards. And so I think you just gotta have that impulsiveness, bias for action, no matter how you want to call it, and afterwards you judge, and you gotta be willing to make those mistakes.
What have you changed your mind on in the last 12 months?
I think one thing that became very clear is that, great companies, at least from headcount perspective, get smaller and not bigger. And the reason is like you have to automate as much as possible, and with AI that is fairly possible. And I 100% do believe in kind of this, thing about will you have like the 1-person unicorn. Might not be a 1-person, might be a 10-person unicorn, but I do believe that will happen. I do believe it's actually possible probably today with the right 10 people.
Daniel, final one. What question are you not ever asked by investors, by team members, by media that you think you should be asked?
I think in the end of the day, the most important question is like, why are you doing that? Right? Because from an investor, you can ask them, what are you doing and how are you doing it and why is it a great market? It's like, but why you as a person, why are you willing to commit? And are you willing to commit actually 15, 20, maybe more years to that? And I think that needs to be a fantastic answer to it.
Is it okay to do it for money?
The short answer is no. It's just too hard. It's not worth it. Money is a symptom of you building a great company.
But if you thrive on competition, if that's what gets you off, the win is everything.
Yeah, 100%. And like I think being competitive is fantastic, and I love being competitive, and I want to win, and I want to build the best at what we do, but I want to be the best in company building. I want to be the best in hiring. I want to be the best in competitive strategy. I want to build the best in product. I want to be the best in adopting new technology such as AI quick. I want to be the best in engineering, the best in international expansion and sales, in so many things. I want to be the best, and I think kind of like the valuation or the outcome is just a way of quantifying if you're actually the best. But it's a result. It's a symptom of all of these inputs that you have to give. And so I think if you're just chasing the symptom, then naturally like your headspace already diverted from what you should actually focus on, which is like be the best at that one particular thing. And then it will follow. It will follow. And but I do also believe, there's a certain responsibility that we should all have. Let's think about San Francisco and Silicon Valley. Like, there's this fucking Caltrain, which is a garden shed on rails, going from San Francisco to all of these, nice towns in Silicon Valley. And at every stop, you have a $100 billion plus company, if not by now $1 trillion plus company. And that train sucks. And if you take the road, like the road also sucks. But you need to have a car for it. And so, and homelessness is nuts there. It's absolutely next level. And so, why doesn't this get fixed? Why like, we have the best foundational layer models on AI on the planet coming out of that little piece of land. We got great, fantastic companies out there in every different vertical coming out of that piece of land. And so, but none of it seems to have increased the average life quality, if you want so, of all of the population. None of it, right? Because it went, like, it's literally going south.
It's the funniest thing, isn't it, when you look at everything that we do, and then you actually look at, like, healthcare, worse than ever.
Yeah.
Education, worse than ever.
Yeah.
Transport, worse than ever.
Yes.
Cost of living on basic food items, worse than ever.
Yes.
Like, actually, it's all got worse.
Yeah, it all got worse. And so how I describe it is like...
Do you think this is where I mean it in the nice way, do you ever think, like, am I doing something big enough? It's like, shit, you could reinvent how 1 million Germans get to work every day, 10 million Germans, 20 million, how fundamentally children learn with respect. Do you ever think, God, am I doing big enough? Like, I have one life.
I think about it every single day. There's not a night where I don't think about it. I think what we do is massively, one of the symptoms of our work is this massively decreased food wastage, as an example. And food wastage is one of the major drivers, carbon dioxide, of climate change and of inequality in particular developing countries, and so on and so forth. So I think it's contributing to that. Do I think, are we going fast enough every single day? But do I think that it fundamentally needs a different economic model? Yes. And I think, we've been essentially transitioning through 3 different generations of companies. And generation 1 is like, okay, what I do is completely disconnected to what's good for society or for the environment. So I might be an oil company, and end of the year I have a profit, and then I plant some trees through it, fantastic. But by no means I'm incentivized to actually do that. And if business is bad, that's the first thing I'm gonna cut. So that's generation 1. Generation 2 is I actually recognize that every single human being and every organization, as such, every company has first a negative impact, and I'm going to strive to go for 0 impact. And that's already fantastic, and very few companies actually manage to achieve that. And now I think we're approaching generation 3 of companies in which every unit of economic success is in direct correlation to a unit of success for economy and to the planet by the very foundational mechanics of the business model. So as an example, let's say Amazon, if every single box that they would ship, magically, Agree would be grown. Fantastic, because every single box that they ship, the revenue goes up, it's economic success, and then magically that Agree should be grown. Now imagine you have a software with every single unit that you sell, maybe there's going to be a little less carbon emissions. Maybe there's cost of housing is going to go down just a tiny bit. In direct correlation, you cannot break that correlation. And I think that is a fantastic business. And I call these third generation companies. And I think that is actually the only way how to scale positive impact.
Do you eat meat?
Sometimes, yes. I come from a butcher's family. But hey, same there. Like, I think it's very important to put our focus on the highest levels. So what do I mean? So how much in the general population, how much mind space goes to EVs, electric cars? A lot. Everyone's talking about it's a sexy thing. It's like 0 to 100 in less than 3. It's cool. How much goes to food waste? Yeah, a bit. Not nothing, but not as much as it. So what's the difference in impact? Reducing food waste. And I'm not saying, alternative foods. I'm not saying eat less meat. I'm just saying don't produce that waste. That's the only thing. Has 5x the impact as if all cars would be gone. Not electrified, but gone. 5x in terms of carbon dioxide emissions. But it's sexier to talk about cars. That's why I think we have to stay methodical, and we can't be taken away emotionally because we love the environment and so much. Like, we have to stay methodical and think where are our highest levels, and I think we gotta focus on those.
Daniel, listen, I've so loved doing this. You have been an amazing guest. The guests that I love are ones where there's a real opinion, where we can have a conversation and it's like you have a point and you're ready to make it. The worst are when you sit on the fence. It's amazing how many people come on a podcast and sit on the fence. You've been fantastic. So thank you so much. And I've loved doing this, man.
Harry, was really, really cool. Thank you so much for the invite. Appreciate it.
Patrick Collison.
All right, good afternoon, folks. I hope you've enjoyed the sessions between now and when we last saw you this morning. For this afternoon's keynote, or fireside chat, I suppose, I'm about to introduce somebody who needs little introduction, although a fun fact that you may not know about Jensen Huang is that he's been CEO of NVIDIA for 31 years this month, making him the longest-serving CEO in the technology industry, and I guess therefore logically necessary. So John and I have only been doing it for a mere 14 years, so even if we double that, we'll still be second to him. Jensen, we'll talk about this on stage, attended the Oneida Baptist Institute in Kentucky. We'll definitely be asking him about it. Oregon State, worked as a waiter at Denny's, then Denny's close to here, actually. LSI Logic, and then AMD, which is, of course, now run by his first cousin once removed. We'll definitely be asking about that. Before he founded NVIDIA in 1993, and NVIDIA's market cap was $8 billion when Stripe launched in 2011. And it is now, of course, more than 200 times that. So he's been busy since. Please welcome to the stage Jensen Huang.
Hey, everybody.
So, you watched the keynote earlier?
I did. I've never seen a duet before.
So, well...
I've never seen a duet before. You were so synchronized. It seemed like the two of you knew each other. It's incredible.
Some acquaintance. But okay, you've been doing keynotes, a long time. You are, the keynote goat. So give us...
Stop it.
Give us your, we don't have, even a signature outfit yet. We're just amateurs here. So give us...
It's because you're still young.
Well, give us your keynote performance review. Like, what did you think?
I thought it was A+. I thought it was A+. I was, really, did you... You explained perfectly the purpose of the company, what inspires you guys, what keeps you guys up, what makes you work so hard, the ecosystem that you serve, the incredible platform you built, the amazing contribution you make to the world's economy. It's incredible. I thought it was great. There was a whole bunch of technology stuff, feature stuff, money stuff. I didn't understand any of that, but something about a CYK or something. What was that?
KYC.
KYC, yeah. That was...
It's a big deal in our world.
Is that right? Kentucky Fried Chicken?
We take care of KYC so that you can associate it with Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Okay, got it.
Did you, software-defined financial services, this idea, did that make sense to you?
Well, first of all, I think it's a giant idea.
Do you know where it came from?
You're going to tell me.
So Jensen and I were catching up. Maybe
the part that I loved was how you realized in the very beginning that financial payments was about code, not finance. I thought that was incredible. And you explained that the first time we met.
So the Jensen and I were catching up 18 months ago or so, and I guess it was a couple of years since we'd last spoken. So he was kind of asking for the update on Stripe, and I was explaining. And you said, "Oh, so it's like software-defined networking, but for money." And that was still ricocheting around in my mind. And so that's where we got to this idea for software-defined financial services. So I hope we don't have to pay a licensing fee for that.
I got zero equity for that good idea.
All right. You guys are doing okay. I was thinking about this. Tesla's earnings were, of course, yesterday, and Elon announced that I think Tesla is going to have 85,000 H100s by the end of this year. And I was just reflecting on, it's quite a success to sort of build a business where CEOs kind of compete with each other to announce, who has spent more buying your product. So I think you've done something quite impressive. But anyway, I actually want to start out talking a little bit about...
All of my CEO friends, they all have the most.
So I want to start out talking a little bit about a remark you made at a Stanford event recently. You were speaking of GSB, I think. You said, "I wish upon you ample doses of pain and suffering." Elaborate.
Well, let's see. There is a misunderstanding. There's a phrase that said you should choose your career based on your passion. And usually people connect passion with happiness. And I think there's something missing in that. Nothing there is wrong, but there's something missing. And the reason for that is because if you want to do great things, and I know this to be true about you creating Stripe. And by the way, this is one of the world's finest CEOs. young as he may be. Yep. You guys know I've met a lot of CEOs. I've heard about a lot of companies, and this is genuinely one of the world's great visionary companies. And so, anyways, I always just want to say that. It's the reason why I'm here. I love what.
No more compliments allowed. Makes us terribly uncomfortable.
I know. I could tell. I could see him. He's starting to sweat. And so the thing is, when you want to build something great, it's not easy to do. And when you're doing something that's not easy to do, you're not always enjoying it. I don't love every day of my job. I don't think every day brings me joy, nor does joy have to be the definition of a good day. And every day I'm not happy. Every year I'm not happy about the company. But I love the company every single second. And so I think that what people misunderstand is somehow the best jobs are the one that brings you happiness all the time. I don't think that that's right. You have to suffer, you have to struggle, you have to endeavor, you have to do those hard things and work through it in order to really appreciate what you've done. And there are no such thing that are great that was easy to do. And so by definition, I would say, therefore, I wish upon you greatness, which by my way of saying it, I wish upon you plenty of pain and suffering. And so,
anything in your upbringing that taught you that idea, or is it just somehow innate to your makeup?
I didn't realize I had to lay down for this. I'm about to tell you things I've never told anyone, not even my family. I was an immigrant, and when I came in 1973, I was 9. My older brother was almost 11, and this was a foreign country, and there was nothing easy about that, and we also grew up in a really terrific parents, but we weren't wealthy, and so they worked hard. They work hard today, and so they passed along a lot of life lessons about working hard. Now I had all kinds of jobs, and we went to a school that included a lot of chores.
Is it in Kentucky?
Yeah, Kentucky, Oneida Baptist Institute, and I don't think it's the same as MIT. That I is not the same. It's the same word, but it's different. It's a different type of institute. But my institute required you to go to school, and it was a dormitory, and so there were a lot of chores. I was the youngest kid in school, and so all of the other kids got the hard work. They had to work in the tobacco farm. And I got the easy job. I was 9 years old, and so after they left, I had to clean all the bathrooms. I never felt that I got the easy job, because what they left behind was, you can't unsee that kind of stuff. But that was my job, and so I did it delightfully, and then I had plenty of other jobs, and Denny's was one of them, and I started out as a dishwasher and became a busboy and became a waiter, and I loved every one of them. Somehow, I've always found, I want to say joy, but that's not quite right. I just everything that I was doing, I wanted to do the best I could, and maybe that was kind of ingrained from the very beginning. But I was definitely the best bathroom cleaner the world's ever seen. I'm sure of it. Yeah.
So if we fast forward just a little bit to the NVIDIA of today,
Yeah.
How large is your leadership team?
How large is
your leadership team?
NVIDIA's leadership team is 60 people.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they all report to you?
They all report to me.
60 direct reports?
60 direct reports, yeah.
Which is not conventionally considered a best practice. I agree that the best practice kind of...
I'm certain that's the best practice. It's not conventional, but I am certain it's the best practice. I'm And by the end of this, I'm going to convince all of you to have 60 people on your direct reports.
The floor is yours.
First of all, the reason is because the layer of hierarchy in your company really matters. Information really matters. I believe that your contribution to the work should not be based on the privileged access to information. I don't do one-on-ones, and my staff is quite large, and almost everything that I say to everybody all at the same time. And the reason for that is because I don't really believe there's any information that I operate on that somehow only one or two people should hear about. And these are the challenges of the company, or this is the problem I'm trying to solve, or this is the direction we're trying to go into. These are the new endeavors. This isn't working. That's working well. And so all of this type of information, everybody should be able to hear. I love that everybody's working off of the same song sheet. I love that there's no privileged access to information. I love that we're able to all contribute to solving a problem. And when you have 60 people in a room, and oftentimes, well, my staff meetings are once every other week. It's all based on issues, whatever issues we have. Everybody's there working on it at the same time. Everybody heard the reasoning of the problem. Everybody heard the reasoning of the solution. Everybody heard everything. And so that empowers people. I believe that when you give everybody equal access to information, it empowers people. And so that's number one, empowering. Number two, if the CEO's direct staff is 60 people, the number of layers you've removed in a company is probably something like 7, depending on how it is.
Is it 60 at every layer, or only 60? As in, like, if I'm a director, if I'm one of the fortunate 60, do I also have 60 direct reports?
No.
Or, okay, so
I don't think that that's scalable downward, and the reason for that is because you need more and more supervision depending on certain levels. And at the E-staff level, if you're so unfortunate to be serving on NVIDIA's E-staff, it's very unlikely you need a lot of managerial,
And so I rarely find myself having to, stand up for conventional wisdom. But if I were to kind of steel man the other side, I'd say, well, one-on-ones are where you provide coaching, where you maybe talk through goals together, personal goals, career advancement, what have you. Where maybe you give feedback on something that you see somebody systematically not doing so well, and so forth. So there's all these things that kind of one is, again, conventionally supposed to do in the one-on-one. Do you not do those things, or do you do them in a different way?
Really good question. I do it right there.
I do it right there.
I give you feedback right there in front of everybody. And in fact, this is really a big deal. First of all, feedback is learning. Feedback is learning. For what reason are you the only person who should learn this? Now, you created the conditions because of some mistake that you made or silliness that you brought upon yourself. We should all learn from that opportunity. So you created the conditions, but we should all learn from it. Does that make sense? And so for me to explain to you why that doesn't make sense or how I differ from it, not as half the time I'm not right, but for me to reason through it in front of everybody helps everybody learn how to reason through it. And so the issue, the problem I have with one-on-ones and taking feedback aside is you deprive a whole bunch of people that same learning. Learning from mistakes, other people's mistakes, is the best way to learn. Why learn from your own mistakes? Why learn from your own embarrassment? You gotta learn from other people's embarrassment. That's why we have case studies, and isn't that right? We're trying to read from other people's disasters, other people's tragedies. Nothing makes us happier than that.
Have you succeeded in getting other leaders at NVIDIA to adopt this practice, or is that difficult?
I give people the opportunity to decide for themselves, but I really discourage one-on-ones. I really discourage one-on-ones. Nothing is worse than the idea that somebody says, "Oh, Jensen wants us to do this." Why does that have to be said to anybody? Everybody should know. And so, or somebody said, that E-staff said that. Nothing drives me nuttier than that.
You once told me that you really didn't like firing people and very seldom did it. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, I'd rather improve you than give up on you. You know, when you fire somebody, you're kind of saying, well, you know, a lot of people say, well, it wasn't your fault, or I made the wrong choice, or there are very few jobs. Look, I used to clean bathrooms, and now I'm the CEO of a company. I think you could learn it. I'm pretty certain you can learn this. And there are a lot of things in life that I believe you can learn, and you just have to be given the opportunity to learn it. I had the benefit of watching a lot of smart people do a lot of things. I'm surrounded by 60 people. They're doing smart things all the time, and they probably don't realize it, but I'm learning constantly from every single one of them. And so I don't like giving up on people because I think they could improve. And so it's kind of tongue in cheek, but people know that I'd rather torture them into greatness.
That was the phrase that I was hoping to uncover. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that.
Yeah, so I'd rather torture you into greatness because I believe in you. And I think coaches that really believe in their team torture them into greatness. And oftentimes they're so close. Don't give up. They're so close. You know, greatness it comes all of a sudden one day. It's like, I got it. Do you know what I'm saying? That feeling that you didn't get it yesterday, and all of a sudden one day something clicked. I got it. Could you imagine you gave up just that moment right before you got it? You know, so I don't want you to give up on that. So let's just keep torturing you.
How's your work-life balance?
Well, it depends on who you ask. I think my work-life balance is really great. It's really great. I work as much as I can, and I feel like he's judging me. You know, I'm older than you. I have more wisdom than you. So
These are all the highlights from our conversations that I think more people should get to hear. So.
Well, I work from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed, and I work 7 days a week. When I'm not working, I'm thinking about working. And when I'm working, I'm working. And I sit through movies, but I don't remember them because I'm thinking about work. You know? And so that's because, but my work is not, as you know, it's not working as in there's this problem and you're trying to solve this problem. You're thinking about what the company can be, and are there things that we could do even better, or sometimes it's just trying to solve a problem, you know? But sometimes you're imagining the future, and boy, if we did this and that, and it's working, you're fantasizing, you're dreaming, right? I mean, that's incredible. How?
Well, so to concretize this a little bit, and we will get to talking about AI, which I hear is a thing these days, but
it's a thing.
Yeah, officially a thing, TM. But to concretize this a bit, like, just what does a day in Jensen's life look like? Like, when
I used to wake up at 5. These days I wake up at 6 because of my dogs. And the reason why 6 is somehow we decided that 6 o'clock is when they should wake up, and I don't know what it is. I don't mind waking anybody up, but I feel guilty when I wake the puppies up. And it actually burdens me, you know. And so I don't want to move. It might, you know, they pick up on any vibration in the house, and it wakes them up, and so we kind of stay in bed, and I just read in bed until 6 o'clock, and it's time.
But you're thinking about GPUs.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm obsessed about GPUs. I mean, what can you do? You know, I'm constantly. No, I'm just.
And then the day is all, I guess, group meetings, because it can't be one-on-one meetings.
Yeah, I get my work done before I go to work, and then when I get to work.
And how many meetings in a typical day?
Pretty much all day long, you know. And so I select the meetings that are really important to me. I try not to have regular meetings, regular operational meetings, because I've got amazing people in the company who are, doing regular operational meetings. And so we're pinch hitters. CEOs are pinch hitters. We should be working on the things that nobody else can or nobody else is.
And so you're jumping into projects that are stuck or off track or new ideas.
Wherever we can move the needle. No reporting meetings. I hate reporting meetings. They don't just report to me. And just problem meetings. And so problem meetings or idea meetings or brainstorming meetings or creation meetings or whatever it is, those are the meetings I go to. And so usually I call them. I try really hard not to have Outlook manage my life. And so we purposefully decide what kind of things that we want to do, we want to work on. And so I try to live a life of purpose, and I manage my time accordingly.
Yeah. You used a phrase once, $0 billion markets, that $0 billion markets are your favorite markets.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
If you take a step back, our purpose, almost all of our purposes, should be to go and do something that has never been done before, that is insanely hard to do, that if you achieve it, could make a real contribution. I know your company does that. I try to do that. And if that's the case, it hasn't been done before, it's incredibly hard to do. It's probably, and it's never been done before, that market is probably $0 billion in size because it has never been done before. I'd rather be a market maker, market creator than a market taker. To create something new that never existed before versus thinking about share. I don't love thinking about share. I don't like the concept of share. And the reason for that is because if you think about it in the big picture, Stripe existed out of thin air. You vaporized, you created something out of vapor. It wasn't as if there was another, something else. And so I'd like to think that we can come up with something that is $0 billion. And a $0 billion market is a good way to cause the company to think about, how to go create something for the first time.
So our mission is to grow the GDP of the internet, and I mean, the GDP of the internet kind of clause in that usually gets most of the attention, but I think the most important part is just the verb grow. Yeah. Because to your point, we shouldn't be thinking about, well, which are the transactions that are already happening or which are the businesses that already exist. We should be thinking about which are the transactions that don't exist. exist,
That's
and which are
right.
the businesses that don't exist.
Exactly.
The GDP of the world is around $100 trillion, but it doesn't have to be $100 trillion. It could be $200 trillion or $1,000 trillion.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And most of the value we're going to create over the next several decades are likely not limited by physical things, and so this is a pretty extraordinary time.
And so with this concept of $0 billion markets, if I'm, again, at NVIDIA, am I coming to you with some proposal for some project, and maybe there's several $1 billion of CapEx involved, or it's a many-year pursuit or something, and there are no customers for it today, there's no demand that I can demonstrate for it, and you guys are just making a gut call to say that, yes, nobody's doing this today, we think they could, we think they should, and therefore we're going to pursue it.
Really close, yeah. It's kind of like that. And it's a gut call in the sense that your intuition says something as a starting thesis. But then you have to reason through it. And the reasoning of it is much, much more important to me than a spreadsheet. I hate spreadsheets because you can make spreadsheets do whatever you want. You can make any chart you want out of a spreadsheet. You just got to type in some numbers. And so I don't love spreadsheets for that reason. I love words for that reason. Words are reasoning. Tell me, how did you reason through this? What's our intuition? Why do we believe that matters? Why do we think it's hard? I like hard things because it takes a long time to do. And if it takes a long time to do, a lot of people who are, less committed probably won't do it. If it's really, really hard to do, it takes a long time to do. It takes a really resilient and a really dedicated, really committed person to go after it. And if it also takes a long time to do, you can kind of flounder around for a couple of years, nobody notice, And so I could be incompetent for several years, and everybody goes, well, who saw it,
Where did CUDA come from?
CUDA came originally from two ideas. One is called, I hate to get technical, but we pioneered this idea called accelerated computing. Accelerated computing is like an I/O device, something that you sit on PCI Express, if anybody's in the computer business, an I/O device that allows the application to interact with that I/O device in such a way as to accelerate parts of the application. And UDA was an invention in 1993, and it's really a profound invention, allows the software programmer to directly program an I/O device, write an application directly to the I/O device, because the I/O device is virtualized and it's architecturally compatible across multiple generations. Anyways, we invented this idea called accelerated computing, and that was we called it unified driver architecture for whatever reason. And then several years later, we thought we could make our GPUs more programmable to high-level programming languages, and we invented this idea called CG, C for graphics, okay, C for graphics processors. And that opened up some really exciting opportunities, and we thought, you know what, this is going to work, but CG, the programming model wasn't exactly right, and so we invented CUDA, which is compute with, so anyways, that's how, it's a horrible story, frankly. Anyways, we invented this idea called accelerated computing. We pioneered this approach.
Well, I guess the real question is, was it a smash hit overnight?
No, it was an incredible disaster overnight. And it kind of went like this.
So this is one of your $0 billion markets you went after.
Yeah.
And it was a disaster.
Yeah. Because it was a $0 billion we went after, but it cost so much to go after that $0 billion market, it actually crushed the $1 billion market we were enjoying. And the reason for that is because CUDA added a ton of cost into our chips, but there were no applications. Right. And there are no applications, customers don't value the product, and they won't pay you a premium for it. And if people aren't willing to pay you for it, but your costs went up, then your gross margins get crushed. And our market cap was low, and then went down to really low. It was like, I think our market cap went down to like $1 billion or something like that. I wish I bought it, but anyways.
Okay, and so therefore you immediately canceled CUDA and went back to the old strategy.
No, I believed in CUDA because you reasoned about it. You reasoned about it. Look, we really believe that accelerated computing was going to be able to solve problems that normal computers couldn't. And if we wanted to extend the architecture to be much more general purpose, we had to make that sacrifice. And so I deeply believed in the mission of our company. I deeply believed in its opportunities.
And so we're analysts.
I deeply believed that people were wrong. They just didn't appreciate what we built. I deeply believed it.
And so weren't analysts and the board and employees, like you've torpedoed this existing revenue stream, you've this hyped thing that you're selling a lofty dream around that nobody seems to actually want. The business is really suffering. To talk us through that, you believed.
You just go something like this. Oh gosh, they're so dumb. Something like that. You denial. No, I'm just kidding. No, you go back to what you believe. And if you believe something...
Did the board put pressure on you during this?
I start every conversation with what I deeply believed. And they believed it, because they saw me deeply believe it. And I reasoned about it. It wasn't like it was a spreadsheet and therefore you got to believe the spreadsheet. They had to believe the reasoning, the words.
How long did it take it to start working?
Probably 10 years, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't that long, yeah. 10 years, it comes and goes. 10 years.
Less than a third of your tenure.
Yeah, it comes and goes. I barely remembered it. The suffering, I barely remembered it.
Could NVIDIA be as successful in AI without CUDA?
No, impossible. It is potentially one of the most important inventions in modern computing. We invented this idea called accelerated computing, and the idea is so simple but deeply profound. It says the vast majority, a small percentage of the code of programs consumes 99.999% of the runtime. And this is true for a lot of very important applications. And that small little kernel, or several kernels, can be accelerated. And it's not all just parallel processing, it's not as simple as that, but the idea is that we can take that kernel, that piece of software, that part of the software, and accelerate the living daylights out of it. And today, when Moore's Law has run its course and CPU scaling is basically stopped, and if we don't accelerate every software, you're going to see extraordinary computation inflation. Because the amount of computation the world does is doubling every year still, and yet if CPUs and general purpose computers are not increasing in performance because it's stopped, then what's your alternative? Or your cost of computing is going to keep going up exponentially. And so the time has come for us to do that. And
so everyone here runs a business, and
accelerate everything.
And you heard it here first. And probably everyone has some version of CUDA for or a thing that they think really makes sense for the sector or makes sense for their technology or what have you, but where the market doesn't see it yet. Do you think it's possible to extract any kind of generalizable principles around when you should really doggedly trust that vision and when perhaps it's worth reconsidering in a fashion that, we could extrapolate from in the case of CUDA and other CUDAs that have existed over the course of NVIDIA's history?
Yeah, the question is determination and commitment versus stubbornness. And that line is fuzzy. Look, I gut checked against my core beliefs every day. I still do. And you gut check against it. The first principles by which you reasoned about your strategies, those first principles are easy to remember. And it's not a long list. And now the question is, are those principles, did they change in some fundamental way? Are external conditions such that they no longer matter as much as before? Did somebody else solve the problem, and therefore that problem has now disappeared? Is it there will never be any need? You gut check it, right, constantly, and to the extent that that's number one, gut check. You have to, first of all, you really have to be careful to distill down to first principles instead of, I want something. That's stubbornness. You can't reason about it, I just want it. We're not 5-year-olds, right? And so, so you got to reason about it, number one. Number two, you have to be clever. The fact of the matter is there are a lot of new companies being created here. It's amazing how many great companies are in the audience and young companies in the audience. You have to be clever. And so we found ways to monetize even in a small way, CUDA. And so we found, we looked everywhere for applications. We found an application with CT reconstruction. We found an application with seismic processing. We found another application with molecular dynamics. And so we're constantly looking for applications. They didn't make it a home run, but it sustained us just enough, and bought us time for it to really happen. Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about AI. I know just to kind of do some math to ground things here. Let's just say that the total sort of compute capacity of all GPUs in the world today is X. What do you think? What multiple of X will we be at in 5 years?
First of all, you know that I'm going to regret saying this. And this is I'm a public company, you crazy person. See, this is how nice is it to be private?
Safe to say considerably more?
Well, let's reason about it, shall we? Okay, so let's reason about it. Let's reason our way through, okay? So first of all, it goes like this. The world has installed about $1 trillion worth of data centers. Those $1 trillion worth of data centers use as general purpose computing. General purpose computing is run its course. We cannot continue to process that way. And so the world is going to accelerate everything. Data processing, you name it, okay? And so we're going to accelerate everything. When we accelerate everything, every single data center, every single computer will be an accelerated server. Well, there's about $1 trillion worth of computers, if we don't grow at all, over the next call it 4 years that we have to go replace. 4 years, 6 years, pick your number of years. But if the computer industry continues to grow at some 20% or so, we'll probably have to replace over the course of next, pick your number of years, about $2 trillion worth of computers with accelerated computing. So just make that GPUs, okay? That's number one. And this is the second part. This is the reason why all of you, Stripe, you're onto something just absolutely monumental. This idea called, and you've heard me say, an industrial revolution. Let me tell you why. We are producing something for the very first time that has never been produced before. And we're producing it in extremely high volume. And the production of this thing requires a new instrument that never existed before. It's a GPU. And the thing that we're producing for the very first time, for the mathematicians and all the computer scientists in the room, for all of you, you know that we're producing tokens. We're producing floating point numbers at high volume for the first time in history, and the floating point numbers have value. The reason why they have value is because it's intelligence. It's artificial intelligence. You can take these floating point numbers, you reformulate it in such a way that it turns into English, French, proteins, chemicals, graphics, images, videos, robotic articulation, steering wheel articulation. We're producing tokens at extraordinary scale. Now, we've discovered a way, through all of the work that we do with artificial intelligence, to produce tokens of almost any kind. So now, the world is going to produce an enormous amount of tokens. Now, these tokens are going to be produced in new types of data centers. We call them AI factories. Back in the last industrial revolution, water comes into a machine. You light the water on fire, right? Turn it into steam, and then it turns into electrons. Atoms come in, electrons go out. In this new industrial revolution, electrons come in, and floating point numbers come out. And just like the last industrial revolution, nobody understood why these electricity is so valuable and is now sold, right, marketed kilowatt hours, per dollar. And so now we have, million tokens per dollar. And so that same logic is as incomprehensible to a lot of people as the last industrial revolution, but it's going to be completely normal in the next 10 years. Well, these tokens are going to create new products, new services, enhance productivity on a whole slew of industries, $100 trillion worth of industries on top of us. And so this industry is going to be gigantic. And in order to monetize that, transact that, you're going to need Stripe. And so I gotta tell you, this is one of my favorite companies. The first time I met Patrick, he had to explain Stripe to me. First of all, it was so complicated.
We tried to refine the descriptions over time, but you got an
first
early
of all, you're in a
version.
complicated business no matter what. But nonetheless, I was so inspired by it. It's incredible what you guys have built.
Are we going to get you migrated to Stripe billing now that we have usage-based billing? And
I wish I had a business that required billing.
I think your public filing suggests you're doing a lot of billing. We'll follow up on it. All right, so
it's only 10 transactions, just so you know. Your economics serving us is like nothing. It's like 10 transactions.
I mean, we'd happily take the 2.9%, but anyway, we can discuss that separately.
Done.
Thinking about this token, you can't say that, you're a public company. So thinking about these token factories, I feel like a big question right now is whether the models saturate in the sense that we demoed the Sigma assistant on stage earlier, and you can write some natural language and we convert that to SQL. And going from maybe a 7 billion parameter model to a 70 billion parameter model or something like that might there might be a significant kind of consequential improvement in query accuracy for the user for the typical kinds of queries that people tend to construct. But maybe going to a model that's 10x larger than that is sort of unnecessary. Like at some point you get to good enough, you can reliably convert the natural language to SQL. I think there's a question of, for the use cases for which LLMs are being deployed, what does that saturation curve look like, and for how many use cases does one need a trillion parameter model or a 10 trillion parameter model, or do we simply reach a point where some number that is, say, less than 100 billion is sufficient? Do you have any point of view on that, or is that even a reasonable way to look at the question in the first place?
Okay, let's break it down. Let's reason about it.
in public,
In
appropriately.
almost everything, every question I get. Okay, let's break it down. Let's reason about it. So let's start with an example. In 2012, AlexNet was computer vision, ImageNet, image recognition, 82% or something like that accuracy. Over the next almost not quite 10 years, I think it was like 7 years, every single year, the accuracy error reduced in half, right? Every year, the error reduced in half, or otherwise known as Moore's Law, okay? So you double the performance, you double the accuracy, and you double its believability every single year. Over the course of 7 years, it's now superhuman. Same thing with speech recognition, same things with natural language understanding. We want to know, we want to believe, not know, we want to believe that the answer that's being predicted to us is accurate. We want to believe that. And so the industry is going to chase that believability or that accuracy and double its accuracy 2x every year. I believe that's going to be the same thing with natural language understanding. And of course, the problem space is a lot more complicated, but I have every certainty that we're going to double its accuracy every single year to the point where it is so accurate. And we've largely tested across many of your examples when you interact with it that you go, you know what, this is really, really good. I believe the answer that it's producing for me. That condition is very important. The second thing is this. Today's language models, today's AI, and everything that we've shown are one shot. And yet, you and I both know that there are many things that we think about that are not one shot. You have to iterate. And so how do you reason about a plan? How do you come up with a strategy to solve a problem? Maybe you need to use tools. Maybe you have to look up some proprietary data. Maybe you have to do some research, in fact. Maybe you have to ask another agent. Maybe you have ask another AI. Maybe you have to be human in the loop, ask a human, trigger an event, send an email to somebody or text to somebody, get a response before you can move on to the next step of that plan. And so a large language model has to iterate and think of a plan. That's not a one-shot thing. And once it comes up with a plan, as it traverses that graph, there's a whole bunch of language models that are going to get instantiated and initiated. And so I think your future models are going to iterate. And so instead of a one-shot model, it's going to be a planning model with a whole bunch of other models around it that are particularly good at particular skills. And so I think we have long ways to go.
Meta garnered a lot of attention last week for the release of Llama 3, which seems to be the most impressive open source model thus far.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on open source models?
If you ask me what are the top most important events in the last couple of years, I would tell you, of course, ChatGPT, reinforcement learning, human feedback, grounding it to human values, and having the technology necessary to do that. Obviously, a breakthrough and democratized.
Red-green refactor.
Computing. It made it possible for everybody to be a programmer. Everybody's now doing amazing things with it. ChatGPT, the work that OpenAI did, Greg and Sam and the team, really proud of them. The second thing that I would say that is just as important, I would say, is Llama, not Llama 1, but Llama 2. Llama 2 activated just about every industry to jump into working on generative AI. And it opened the floodgates of every industry being able to access this technology. Healthcare, financial services, you name it, manufacturing, you name it, customer service, retail, all kinds. I think Llama 2 and Llama 3, because it's open sourced, it engaged research, it engaged startups, engaged industry, it made generative AI accessible. I think that's a very big deal. And so I think ChatGPT democratized computing. I think Llama democratized generative AI. Does it make sense? And I think without it, it's very hard to have activated all of the research on safety and all of the different ways of chains of thought and all the reasoning technology that's now being developed and all the reinforcement learning stuff, and that stuff would have been very hard to have activated without Llama.
Dario Amodei was on Ezra Klein's podcast 2 weeks ago, and he, as many others have, many others in particular who are involved with Frontier Labs, was predicting AGI in the relatively near term. Conceivably, the next couple of years, years like 2027 and so on, are frequently thrown around. Thoughts?
Depending on how you define AGI. Now, first of all, as an engineer, you know that we can only solve a problem ultimately if you can measure it. And so you have to express the problem statement, the mission, somehow, in some measurable way. If you told me that AGI is the list of benchmarks we currently use, they're math tests and English comprehension test and reasoning test and, right? You got medical exams and bars, and you make your list of all of the tests that you want. It doesn't matter what it is, just make your list. If you make your list, I am certain we will achieve excellent results in a very nominal amount of time. And if that's the definition of AGI, I'll make a guess, it's probably definitely within the next 5 years. And so all of the tests that we currently measure these models with, they're improving, their accuracy or their error rate is reducing in half every 6 months. And so there's no reason why we shouldn't expect it all to be superhuman pretty soon.
So again, everyone in this audience...
That doesn't meet the standard, just to be clear. That doesn't meet the standard of a normal person thinking it's AGI. Does that make sense? Pretty soon.
So again, everyone in this audience...
That doesn't meet the standard, just to be clear. That doesn't meet the standard of a normal person thinking it's AGI. Does that make sense? A on the street person, hey, AGI, that's probably not what they're thinking, what I defined it as. The way I defined it is simply an engineering way of defining it so that you can answer that question. The second way of answering the question is, when can you achieve AGI in an undefined way? If it's undefinable, then how long would you know, how long would it take? Undefinable.
So everyone in this audience, again, runs a business, and so a practical question we all face is, how do you know if you're, in the face of the kinds of changes you just depicted, how does one know, how can one know whether one is responding appropriately, sufficiently, in the right ways, etc.? Any advice?
If you're not engaging AI actively and aggressively, you're doing it wrong. You're not going to lose your job to AI. You're going to lose your job to somebody who uses AI. Your company is not going to go out of business because of AI. Your company is going to go out of business because another company used AI. There's no question about that.
তুমি যাকে মেসেজ করলে মানে তোমাকে যে মেসেজ করলে তোমার ডিপি দেখে রিস করে ওটার নাম কি ছিল জানো? আরে তোমাকে মেসেজ করলো না একটা ছেলে, তোমাকে মেয়ে ভেবে যে মেসেজ করলো ওর নাম কি ছিল? কি হ্যাঁ? ইয়াশ কুমার। বাপরে ওকে যা চাটছে লোকে টুইটারে কেন দেখাচ্ছি দাঁড়াও ইয়াশ কুমার সাইনি। দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও দেখাই। ওকে যা চাটছে দাঁড়াও এই দেখো আমি ও একটা কমেন্ট করেছে ঠিক আছে বেসিক্যালি একটা কমেন্ট করেছে যে দাঁড়াও দেখাচ্ছি আমি দাঁড়াও রিপ্লাই কার খুলে আছে এটা এই দেখো कहाँ गया कहाँ गया कहाँ गया এই দেখো এই দেখো এই যে ও এই কমেন্টটা করেছে এই দেখো এখানে একটা একটা লোক লিখেছে ঋষভ সিং বলে যে ডু ইউ নো হু ইজ হরকিরাত সিং আ ফ্রেশার ইন ইন্টারভিউ টোল্ড মি দ্যাট হি ইজ ওজি এবারে লিখেছে হি ওয়াজ রং হি ইজ নট দ্য ওজি হি ইজ দ্য ম্যান হি ইজ দ্য গডফাদার অফ ডেভ হি ইজ দ্য লেজেন্ড কমেন্ট না না কমেন্টটা দেখো আচ্ছা আচ্ছা এর নিচে হ্যাঁ এর নিচে কমেন্ট গুলো দেখো দাঁড়াও। একজন লিখেছে বাপই বানা লিয়া হরকিরত কো ওই যে আয়ুষ টপ লিখেছে আরে আমি ভাবছি একে আমি ডিপিটা দেখে মনে হচ্ছে এ তো ডিসকার্ডে সেম ডিপি আছে আমি ভাবছি তোমাকে এই মেসেজ করেছিল এবার এখানে তোমাকে হ্যাঁ বেনেডিক্ট মানে আমি কি বলবো मुझसे डैडी इशू ही नहीं जा रहा तुम लोगों का আরে মানে আমি দেখে মাত্র ভাবি কি এটা দিয়ে না ইয়াস না এটা না এটা তো ইয়াস রাজা আরে যা ওকে ওটাই। अरे ये तो वही होता है। नीचे उसे डिस्को देखे लड़की समझ के अच्छा से सेट कर लिया। लॉल। ও যেমন করে লিখেছে। হারকিরাতের কোহোর্টে তো ইয়ে চলছে আমি দেখলাম। ওই সেল ভাবছি নিয়ে নেবো। ৪,৫০০ ৬,০০০ থেকে। হ্যাঁ, ৪,৫০০ দেখ। 25% অফ আমি দেখলাম তো করে। লোয়েস্টটা কিনবো মানে? তা ওখানে লাইভ ক্লাস হচ্ছে নাকি? লোয়েস্ট এখন তো কোহোর্ট 3 তে লাইভ ক্লাস হচ্ছে। বাকিগুলোতে তো হচ্ছে না। সব কটা দিয়েছে সব কটা। না আমি বলছি যে ১ম গুলো কিনলে মানে কমের গুলো কিনলে ওগুলোতে লাইভ ক্লাস পাবো নাকি আমি? ওটাই তো বলছি। তুমি বলছো পুরনো কিনতে? নাকি কি বললে? কিভাবে কিনবো একটু দেখাও তো আমি তো বুঝতে পারছি না। দেখাও, দেখাও আমাকে। এই YouTube এই দেখাও। হুম। আচ্ছা। আমি দেরি করে উঠলাম আজকে। উঠেছিলাম আবার ওটাই। হুম, হুম, হুম। তুমি আজকে তুমি বললে আজকে তোমার ইয়ে হবে পিকনিক আছে গেলে না তো? কখন? কোথায়? হুম, কিন্তু এটাতে আমি পুরো 100x Devs এর Discord এ চলে যাবো? ও না আমি বলছি যে সে আমি কিনলাম এটা। কিন্তু এটাতে আমি কি মানে এটাতে কি এটা কি লাইভ হচ্ছে এখন? ওটাই বলছি। এটাই লাইভ? এগুলো তুমি হ্যাঁ, আ তাহলে আমি কি করব তুমি বলো? এই না তাহলে এটা স্টার্ট হয়নি। তাহলে তুমি কি তাহলে আচ্ছা। ধরো না আমি এটা কিনলাম। বাট আমি তো কিছু মানে এগুলো তো এখন স্টার্ট হয়নি। তাহলে কি করব কেনার পর? তাহলে তাহলে ওটাই তো বলছি আমি তো বসতে চাইনি। আচ্ছা। ঠিক আছে থাক। আমি তাহলে ঢুকবো না এখন। থাক। হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে। এত বলো না স্ট্রিমে সেটা। ঠিক আছে? দরকার কি? এই এক কাজ স্পন্সর মানে? সেটা আবার কি? হারকিরাত ব্যান মেরে দেবে তো। হারকিরাত হ্যাঁ, তাও তো। আরে না এখন লাগবে না দাদা। আমি আমি চাই আমি নিজে একটা ফ্রিল্যান্স পাই। ওইটার তারপরে যেটা পাবো সেটার থেকে আমি কিনবো। ওটাই আমি চাইছি। ঠিক আছে। ও সে কখনো তো পেয়ে যাবো। হুম। তাহলে এক কাজ করো। ওয়েব 3 কবে স্টার্ট হবে? ও আচ্ছা আলাদা। তাহলে এক কাজ করো, আমি আ ওই ৩ মাস ৩ সপ্তাহ পরেই কিনবো। হুম। হ্যাঁ। দাদা এই দেখো আর্জেন্ট, দাদা এই দেখো হায়ারিং দেখো কত হায়ারিং হচ্ছে এখানে। ও ভালো কথা, আমার হয়ে গেছে দাদা, ওটা আইএসপি ফাইল সব ডাউনলোড হচ্ছে, সব হয়ে গেছে। আমি এবার করে কি আমি এবার রেকর্ড করবো, ভিডিও রেকর্ড করবে না, ডেমো ভিডিও। তুমি ইনোভেশন করছো এখন? এটা পয়সা দেবে না? এদের নিজের কাছে পয়সা নেই মনে হয়, দেবে কি? বলে দেখো তো। থাক দরকার নেই, ছাড়ো বাদ দাও। আমি যাচ্ছি না। ফিনান্স लगेगा हमको अभी। ওই যে হারকিরাত সিং এর ওখানে আর কারো লাগবে এখানে এরকম ফ্রিল্যান্সের ওখানে? হুম। তাহলে তুমি এখন ফ্রিল্যান্স খুঁজছো না আর? বাহ বাহ, তাহলে আমার তো খুঁজতে লাগে। আমি তো চেষ্টা করছি টুইটারে বানানো। লিঙ্কডইনে ডিসকর্ডে কমিউনিটিই তো নেই, কোথায় জয়েন করবো আমি? হুম। দেবো দেবো। আর কালকেই তো কখন কালকে? তাও ঠিক। যে ধরে নাও হলো, তাহলে কটার সময়? ৮টা? রাতে? ঠিক আছে। তুমিও দিবা তোমারটা, কমপ্লিট করে নাও। দেখাও দেখাও। হুম। কালো কালো কি ওগুলো? গিটহাব? হুম। ভালো লাগছে। হুম। দ্যাটস ফর শিওর। ইয়া। ঠিক আছে। দাদা ওই এটা আজকে কিছু করবে এরপরে? বলে সিগমা ডিএস এ দেখিয়ে দিয়েছে, খাতা কলমে না আসলে সিগমাতে। ডিজাইন ইন্সপিরেশন ওটাই তাহলে যেটা পাঠালে? হুম। ইয়েস ইয়েস। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, সেটা তো আমিও দেখেছি, ওটা হয়। হয়। আমি আগের দিন দেখছিলাম ল্যাংচেনে, আমাদের র‍্যাক তো লাগবেই দাদা, তুমি বলছো লাগবে না, র‍্যাক তো লাগবেই। আমাদের যে চ্যাট, আমি ভেক্টর ডেটাবেস আমাদের ইয়েতে করতে পারবো, সুপারবেস ইউজ করে নেবো, ওটাতে ভালো সাপোর্ট আছে। নোশান ডেলি ইউজ করেনি দাদা নোশান? না নোশান না, ইয়ে করে নেবে এক্সেল। দাদা এটা দেখো একবার। দেখো। হ্যাঁ, নিয়ে দেখো এটা পড়ো। এটা এটা হ্যাঁ এটা 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 কে এটা ইয়েটা কে? অ্যাডমিনটা কে? স্টুডেন্টই হবে, স্টুডেন্টই হবে কোনো। আরে করবে তোমার তো একদম। এটাই এমনি লিখে দেবে 100x। আমাদের স্যার কি রাখ। কিসের কোহর্টের? ইয়ে আমার ফলো রিতেশ শর্মা আমাকে ফলো করে। কে এরা? What? আয়ুষ যুগ আমাকে ফলো করে? হ্যাঁ, এই আমাকে ফলো করে? না, ফলো করে আমাকে। ড্যাম, এ তো সেই ইয়েতে আছে। 100x devs এও আছে, তারপরে কাইজারদের সাথে ওই যে কাইজার এইচকিউ বহুত বড়। বাবা, আদিত্য ইতি এও ভালো এই ইতের আন্ডার ফলোয়ার। অঙ্কিত, এই 100x devs। কি বলো কি হেল্প? ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, হেল্প করেছে ডিসকর্ডে, হেল্প করেছিল নাকি? আমাকেও হেল্প করে দাও, তাহলে আমিও পেয়ে যাবো ইন্টার্নশিপ। বাই মিয়া কফিটা কি দাদা? এটা সবাই করে। ও, $100। দেখো একেও 100 ডেজ মেসেজ করেছে দেখেছো, রিপ্লাই করেছে, দেখো 60
All right, good night, boys.
आप बिजी तो नहीं हैं? क्योंकि मुझे आपसे कुछ खास बात करनी थी।
क्या हुआ बताओ, कौन हो आप?
করছেটা কি, করছেটা কি? তোমার স্ট্রিমের মধ্যে তোমার স্ট্রিম, তার মধ্যে তোমার স্ট্রিম মিরর হয়ে গেছে। হ্যাঁ, ভুলে যাই লাইক করতে। স্ট্রিমের মধ্যে স্ট্রিমের মধ্যে স্ট্রিমের মধ্যে স্ট্রিম। Mm, 29, 40, 80, 85, 107। ফার্স্ট ভিডিওটা দেখি তো তোমার, ফার্স্ট ভিডিও। এই যে ফার্স্ট ভিডিও। ও হ্যাঁ, তখন তো তোমার এটাও ছিল না, এখন কাস্টমাইজেবল ওইটাও ছিল না, না তুমি তো সিম্পল করেছিলে। আচ্ছা, ইনোভেশন করছিলে। কেউ এসেছিল স্ট্রিমে, কেউ আসেনি না? এসেছিল? Damn. ও, এটা তো তুমি হাই এ উঠে চলে গেলে নাকি? তখন ওইটাও দিয়েছিলে না, ব্রেক পে ওটা। এতক্ষণ এই যে এখানে এসছো এইখানে, এই যে একটা ইয়ে এসছে, একজন এসছে। আবার চেয়ার নেবে। হ্যাঁ এই তো, কি হলো? তুমি এরকম করে তাকাচ্ছ কেন? কিরকম করে? কিছু বললে? দাঁড়াও না, দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও, বন্ধ করো না, দাঁড়াও আরে দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও, কত কেস ছিল। দেখি চ্যাট গুলো পড়ি। ব্রো বিগ ফ্যান, হোয়াট দ্য রং অ্যাকাউন্ট, ওয়েট, ইউ শাউট আউট, শাউট আউট। হুম, নাইস। এটা শুনতে পাচ্ছ? এই তো। ও হ্যাঁ, আমি সাবডোমেইন করলাম। এই দেখো দাদা। শুভ্র scheduler ডট শুভনীল ডট সাইট দেখেছো? সাবডোমেইন। এটা শুভনীল ডট সাইট, ঠিক আছে? আর এটা schedule। এই তো হোস্টিং এ গেছিলাম। আমি আগে ভিডিও দেখছিলাম। এই ভিডিও দেখে বুঝতে পারি চ্যাট জিপিটি আমাকে বুঝিয়ে দিল ভালো করে। এই বারবার হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু এদের এখানে সাবডোমেইন এর অপশন নেই কোনো। এরা উঠিয়ে দিয়েছে। এটা আমাদের ম্যানুয়ালি করতে হয়েছিল। বারবার লগইন কেন করতে হয়? দেখাচ্ছি। এবার যত খুশি আমি সাবডোমেইন করতে পারবো। যত খুশি। দেয় না? ১০০ অনেক। ১০০ হয়ে গেলে মানে এই দেখো এখানে না এটা আমার নেটে আছে। এবার আমি যদি ম্যানেজে যাই, ডিএনএস নেম সার্ভার, এই দেখো এখানে কি করবে লোকে দেখে আমার। দেখতে পাচ্ছ? এই দেখো www এটা অ্যাকচুয়ালটা ঠিক আছে? অ্যাকচুয়ালটা এটা। এবার এটা দেখো আমি scheduler দিয়ে দিয়েছি নাম। তার মানে কি www এর জায়গায় scheduler চলে আসবে ডট শুভনীল ডট সাইট হয়ে যাবে। আর একটা পয়েন্ট করবে কোথায়? এটা হচ্ছে পয়েন্ট এখানে করবে। পয়েন্ট করবে আমার ভার্সেল যেটা আমার আসল ডেপ্লয়মেন্ট আছে এখানে। আর আমি ভার্সেলে কি করে দিয়েছি? ভার্সেলে আমি তোমার ওখানে শুভনীল ডট সাইট এড করে দিয়েছি। এই যে এটার মধ্যে ডেপ্লয়মেন্ট সেটিংস, সেটিংস এর মধ্যে ডোমেইনে দেখো শুভনীল ডট সাইট এড করে দিয়েছি। ঠিক আছে? এবার যে আমি যদি এটা খুলি তাও খুলবে, যদি এটা খুলি তাও খুলবে। বুঝলে? এবার এটা দেখবে এখন গেট স্টার্টেড করলে সাইন নেই। এটা আমি মিডলওয়্যার দিয়েছি প্রথমবার নেক্সট জেএস এ, ঠিক আছে? এটা ঢুকবেই না যাই হয়ে যায়। এখানেও মিডলওয়্যার আছে, আবার ড্যাশবোর্ডেও সিকিউর করা পুরো। আর কোনো ক্লায়েন্ট না, পুরো সার্ভার সেশন দিয়ে সিকিউর করা। ঢুকতেই পারবে না। ইয়েস। এই দেখো হুম, এই দেখো এখানে এবার দেখো আমি প্রোফাইল তো সিম্পল, ওটা কোনো বড় ব্যাপার না। এইখানে দেখো ডিসেম্বর ধরে নাও আমি আমার কাছে ধরে নাও এই দেখো টপিক আমি তোমাকে বলছি। ধরে নাও আমি যে টপিক আমি পড়বো, ঠিক আছে? কোথায় গেল? একটু দেখে নাও 5 মিনিট। হ্যাঁ, ধরে নাও এইটা, হ্যাঁ, এটা আমি পড়বো, ঠিক আছে? আমি পুরো কন্ট্রোল এ করে কন্ট্রোল সি করলাম, সব আমি পড়তে চাই। এবার কি হবে? আমি সিলেক্ট করবো। ধরে নাও আমি আমার রেজলিউশন আমি ফার্স্ট আজকে 31, ধরো আমি আজকে থেকে স্টার্ট করব। আর আমি 31 জানুয়ারি মানে 1 মাস আমি করবো, ঠিক আছে? আচ্ছা 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 না, এবার এখানে টপিকের মধ্যে দেবো, ঠিক আছে? এবার ধর কিছু কিছু এক্সট্রা ধরনের এটাতে হেডিং ছিল, এটা আমি কেটে দেবো। বাকি দেখো সব চলে এসেছে, ঠিক আছে? দেখো 32টা টপিক, ঠিক আছে তো? কিন্তু এর মধ্যেও এটা তো ইয়েটা ছিল, তাই না? ইয়েস। আমার কাজ বেড়ে যাচ্ছে। এই দেখো এইখানে, ঠিক আছে? এবার এখানে সব কটা পপুলেট হয়ে গেলে টাইম দেবে। রোজ আমি এই টাইমে পড়তে চাই। ধরো রোজ আমি পড়তে চাই 6টা। রোজ আমি কটা থেকে পড়তে চাই? ধরে নাও 10টা থেকে পড়তে চাই। 10টা মানে 22, সরি 10টা থেকে পড়তে চাই, ঠিক আছে? আর আমি উইকেন্ডে পড়তে চাই, ইয়েস। স্টাডি আওয়ার ধরে নাও 10টা থেকে আমি 3 ঘন্টা পড়বো, 2 ঘন্টা পড়বো সব করে, ঠিক আছে? বেশি ক্রিয়েট ক্যালেন্ডার করলাম, এই দেখো ক্যালেন্ডার ক্রিয়েট হয়ে গেল। কবে 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 সব চলে আসলো, ঠিক আছে তো? সব ঠিক আছে। আর এইটা আমি জানি না এটা ঠিক করবো কি করে, এটা একটু ইউআই এর প্রবলেম। বাট এটা এটা আমাকে অন্য পেজে দেখাচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ, এইটা না, এইটা স্ক্রোলেবল, হ্যাঁ ওটাও করে দেবো। আমি এখনই করে দেবো ওটা, কারণ ভালো লাগছে না এটা। এবার দেখো এটা ডাউনলোড শিডিউল করলাম, ডাউনলোড হয়ে গেল, ঠিক আছে? ডাউনলোড হয়ে গেল ics ফাইল ডাউনলোড হয়ে গেল, এবার সিম্পল, কিচ্ছু না, জাস্ট ক্যালেন্ডারে যেতে হবে, আমি ডেমো বানিয়ে দেবো, এটা সিম্পল একদম। মানে 20 বা এত যদি তুমি লিখতে তোমার কত সময় যেত, ঠিক আছে, বাট আমার ওটা হচ্ছে কি, মানে ইন্টিগ্রেট মানে কি বলতে চাইছো তুমি? কিরকম? কিন- হ্যাঁ বাট আমি আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে দেখছি, বাট ওই এপিআইটাই ঝামেলা হচ্ছে না, ভেরিফিকেশন করতে বলছে পুরো, ভেরিফিকেশন, সেটা বুঝলাম। এটা কি, এটা বেশি কিছুই নয়, দেখো বাস জাস্ট এখানে যাবে, সেটিং এ যাবে, এইটুক যদি না করতে পারে যে কি বলবো। ঠিক আছে তাহলে দেখছি করা যায় নাকি এটা। এ দেখো আমি ঠিক আছে, দেখছি আমি কি করে করা যায়। হয়ে গেল তো, এবার ব্যাকে যাই। ঠিক আছে আমি দেখছি, এ দেখো সিঙ্গেলটন আজকে আমার 10টা থেকে 12টা, ঠিক আছে সিঙ্গেলটন, এই আজকে থেকে স্টার্ট, দেখো কালকে দেখো এখানে 10টা থেকে 12টা ফ্যাক্টরি মেথড সেম অ্যাবস্ট্রাক্ট। এবার এগুলো নোটিফিকেশন আসতে থাকবে, বুঝলে, আমি এগুলো আমি রোজ পড়বো, হয়ে গেল। ঠিক আছে তুমি যেটা বললে বুঝলাম, ওটাই করতে আমি ভেবেছিলাম, ওটা কিছু তো মানে টপ লাগছে। দেখো ওটার জন্য আমার ওর অ্যাক্সেসটা চাই, ঠিক আছে, আমি যে আপলোড করবো ওটাই না, আমি অ্যাক্সেসটাই করে নেবো। এই তো চ্যাট জিপিটি ইউজ করতে। তো এতে এপিআই লাগবে, ইউ নিড টু লেভারেজ গুগল ক্যালেন্ডার এপিআই। আচ্ছা তো ম্যানুয়ালি করতে হবে দাদা ওরা ভেরিফিকেশন প্রসেস চাইছে আমি কি কারণ ওখানে প্রাইভেসি পলিসি মানে অনেক কিছু চাইছে ওগুলো কোথা থেকে দেবো কি করে আমি আর করিনি তো আজ পর্যন্ত কি করে পারি এখান থেকে API সার্ভিসেস
Hello. So here today we are going to look into the add to calendar option, adding an iCalendar file and to be able to save it for any events which we are working with in our website.
ছেলেটা কিছু লিখেছে আবার টুইটারে। রাম। হ্যাঁ আমি বলছি না। হ্যাঁ তোমাকে ডিসকাউন্টে করেছে। আহ, ও টুইটারেও তো লিখেছে কিছু। টুইটারেও লিখেছে কিছু। না না, ওই দেখো তোমাকে না কমেন্ট করেছে কিছু। হুম। আচ্ছা, কোন গ্রাম? ও হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। হুম। বানালাম প্রাইভেসি পলিসি সব বানালাম, এবার ভিডিও বানাতে হবে একটা। না আমি হাতে করে লিখিনি, আমি একটা ওয়েবসাইট দিয়ে বানালাম। না না ওরা ইয়ে চাইছিল না, ওরা লিংক চাইছিল হোস্টের, তাহলে ওখানে ওরা একটু বানিয়ে ফেলেছি, থাক ওই দুটো। আর এখানে ওই রেস্ট্রিক্টেড স্কোপস এর মধ্যে এটা রেস্ট্রিক্টেড স্কোপসটা যেটা আছে না, যেটা বলছিলাম এটা সেনসিটিভ স্কোপের মধ্যে পড়ছে, ভিউয়ার এডিট। এবার ওরা বলছে এবার ডেমো ভিডিও এই স্কোপস গুলো কিভাবে ইউজ করবো, তাই আমি চ্যাট জিপিটি বললাম ওটা 2 মিনিট ভিডিও স্ক্রিপ্টে লিখে দিলে, এবার আমি এটা বানাবো এক্সপ্লেন করে। তারপরে ওরা ভেরিফিকেশন টাইম নেবে 2-3 দিন, যে কদিন নেবে। তারপরে বলবে যদি হয়ে যায় ভেরিফিকেশন তাহলে তো একদম এখান থেকেই করতে পারবে, তাহলে চাপই নেই কোনো। তোমার বাড়িতে যে পিকনিক, আর তুমি এখানে কোডিং করছো? হ্যাঁ, তোমার বাড়িতে যে পিকনিক হবে, তাও তোমার বাড়িতে হচ্ছে তুমি কোডিং করছো 7 ঘন্টা ধরে? কৃষ্ণার বয়স কত? তোমার কৃষ্ণার বয়স কত? কৃষ্ণার বয়স কত? মালটা 80,000 ছুটে গেল ওর ম্যাকবুক। मुझे थोड़ा তাও যে বলেছে 10 দিনই করতে। ও তুমি না করলে আমাকে বলে দেবো অন্তত। দেখছি দেখাও। এটা কি? হ্যাঁ, বিট কি? ঠিক আছে দেখো। लेटेस्ट की लेटेस्ट देखी लेटेस्ट देखी, खोलो खोलो चलाओ चलाओ चलाओ।
सो ये व्हाट पता तो देखना बिल्कुल। सो मैं आता ठीक है। बेसिकली ये जो चैलेंजेस में ऑलरेडी 619 रजिस्टर्ड हो चुके हैं एंड इंडिविजुअली आप इसमें पार्टिसिपेट करोगे, रजिस्ट्रेशन एंड हो जाएंगे 12 घंटे में। तो जल्द से जल्द अपने आप को रजिस्टर कर लेना। की हाइलाइट्स की बात करें तो इन ऐप रिवॉर्ड होंगे सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स के लिए, एक्सक्लूसिव गुडीज होगी टॉप 10 पार्टिसिपेंट्स के लिए।
এই কোথা থেকে জানতে পারো? তুই নেই কেন? না আমি তো জি ডিজিটটাতে সিলেক্ট হয়ে গেছিলাম কিন্তু ইন্টারভিউ দিইনি। ক্যালকাটা মারছো না সত্যি কথা? আচ্ছা ওটা তো বেরোতে পারলে বাঁচি আমি এখান থেকে। কলেজ কলেজটা ভালো বাট লোকজন ভালো। আমি তো আমি দুবার স্ট্রিমে এই নিয়ে বলে দিলাম আমার শেষ হবে। ভুলেই যাই যে ইউটিউবে স্ট্রিম চলছে। এদিকে আমার সামনেই তোমার স্ট্রিমটা খোলা। দাদা এরকম না করে আমাকে বলো এটা কি করছো ঘরে করছো তুমি? কেন ওটা কি করলো তুমি? কেন ওটা ওখানে কেন? কেন? by yours truly. ভালো তাহলে আমার একটা বুদ্ধি একটু শুনবা। আমি একটা গুগল ডক বানাবো, গুগল ডকের মধ্যে আমার প্রজেক্ট গুলো লিখবো, লিখে দিয়ে দেবো এই লিখে, ঠিক আছে? ওই যে না না তুমি বুঝতে পারলে না, শুনবো তো। পোর্টফোলিওটাই আমি ওটা বানাবো, বুঝতে পারছো? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, তাহলে এক কাজ করি আমি ভিএস কোডই বানিয়ে দিই না পোর্টফোলিওটা। ও তো আফ্রিকান ভিলা। দেখো দেখো নোটিফিকেশন খোলো খোলো। না ও তোমাকে কি লিখলো না রিপ্লাই করলো? খুশি ঠকি এটা কি দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও, এটা না, ব্যাক যাও ব্যাক যাও। এত ডিলে কেন হচ্ছে তোমার স্ট্রিমের সাথে এটা? হুম, তোমার স্ট্রিমটাই দেখি আমি ভালো লাগছে না কিছু করতে। আনস্টপ হ্যাকাথনে গিয়ে তো কি কি হ্যাকাথন আসছে। যেখানে সেখানে যাও। AIML হ্যাকাথন 6 লাখ। লখনউ, এত দূর কে যাবে? হুম। ওই আইআইটি খড়গপুরেই না, ওদের ওদের ওই আইআইটি খড়গপুরে বুঝলে, ওদের অনেক কটা মনে হয় ইয়ে আছে ওদের, কি বলে ওটা, ক্লাবস আছে অনেক, ব্লক চেন আলাদা, ঠিক আছে, ডেটা সায়েন্সের সব অনেক, মানে ওদের ওই 17 তারিখেই দেখি অনেক কটা হ্যাকাথন হচ্ছে। আরেকটা হচ্ছে যেটা ওদের ইস্ট ইন্ডিয়া ব্লকচেন সামিট করলো, ওটা হ্যাকাথনই আমি দেখলাম আইআইটি খড়গপুর। যাবে? কেন? কেন? 17 তারিখ তো জানুয়ারি। তাহলে অনলাইন হ্যাকাথন দেখি, অনলাইন হ্যাকাথনও আছে আমি। আইআইটি দিল্লিতে যাবে? আইআইটি দিল্লি একটা এই এইখানে দেখি তো বাউন্টি যেগুলো সুপার টিম আর্ন হয়, সুপার টিম আর বাউন্টি ইয়েগুলো হয়। উম, ৭১,০০০ বাবা। তুমি কোন স্ক্রিনে দেখছো? ওটা স্ক্রিন তোমার কাছে? বাপরে বাপ, বাপরে বাপ, बड़े आदमी। बाउंटीज ग्रांट्स जॉब्स इज अल्टरनेटिव। अच्छा अच्छा, बाउंटी सर्च करी तो मैंने बाउंटी बाउंटी तुलसी तुलसी और the cyber security bounty caster cast দাও আমাকে দিয়ে দাও। ঠিক আছে 50-50 দাও তো আগে, খোঁজো তো আগে, তারপরে দেখা যাবে। আমার 90, তোমার 5, আর বাকি 5 নির্মলা সীতারামন দিলাম আমি। ডিএর টাইপ স্লিপ ফর রেলওয়ে টু এনফোর্স। না 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 না, যে খুঁজবে তার 20, যে করবে তার 20, বাকি 60% নির্মলা সীতারামন। দাদা একটা একটা $250 একটা বাউন্টি আছে টাইপ স্ক্রিপ্টের উপরে, করবে? বাউন্টি কাস্টারে যাও, গো টু bountycaster.com.xyz, সরি। আরে যাও না একবার, আরে যাও একবার, আমি বলছি কি বলেছে দেখি একবার আমি। Create a TypeScript for railway.
ইউআই ভার্সের এটা ইউআইটা খুব ভালো করে দিয়েছে, এখন সুন্দর করে দিয়েছে। মনে আছে ইউআই ভার্স?
হেভি হেভি কম্পোনেন্ট আছে, দেখিয়ে নিই একবার। জাস্ট কপি এন্ড পেস্ট। লোডিং সুইচেস, নাইস, ভালো, অনেক নতুন নতুন জিনিস আছে, অনেক দিন চেক করে দিই, অনেক মাস।
বাই মি কফিটা একটু সার্চ করে দেখছি। বাই মি লিখে সার্চ করি।
Damn, bro, damn. Ooh, nice. Oh, damn. Checkbox. Morning. Damn, bro. Oh. Figma पे यूज करे थे।
कॉफी love what you do, make money too.
Nice. 3D কার্ডটা দেখো একবার।
কিটা?
3D কার্ড এদের।
কার্ড কি?
3D কার্ড।
দাঁড়া দেখছি। ও তোর এইটা দেখাচ্ছি, দেখ।
ও এই জিনিস বানিয়ে দিতে।
আচ্ছা এরা কত টাকা নিজেরা নেয়? I wanna know. Display name.
নাইস, দারুণ হয়েছে, দারুণ হয়েছে। এই বানিয়েছি, এগুলো আমরা ফ্রিতে দিচ্ছে কি করে? আমি থাকলে এক একটার পয়সা নিতাম না, মানে এত পয়সা নিতে গেলে কিনতেই না আমার।
গুগলে লগ ইন আছে, আমি বসে বসে লগ ইন করছি। গুগলে লগ ইন হয়ে গেছে। যা আমার মাউসটা মানে একটুখানি ইয়ে হয়ে আছে, উত্তেজিত হয়ে আছে।
সুন্দর সুন্দর লগ ইন ফর্ম আছে দাদা, দেখো একবার। এইটা দেখো কি সুন্দর লাগছে দেখতে। ও পুরো একদম নিও ব্রুটালিজমের 3টে ডিজাইন আছে, 3টে। প্যাটার্ন আবার কি? ও ড্যাম, আমরা এই কটা প্যাটার্নে পাগল হতাম, এখানে এত প্যাটার্ন আছে। তবে এই প্যাটার্নটা কিন্তু হেভি, দেখো দেখো খাতা রয়েছে, সে আমরা ছোটবেলায় যে খাতা লিখতাম না, দেখো দেখো এই প্যাটার্নটা দেখো একবার, দাঁড়াও আমি দেখি, আমার শেডিংটা দেখো তো একবার।
দাঁড়া তো স্ট্রিম দেখছি, তো স্ট্রিম
দেখছো? এই দেখো এইটা দেখো,
তো স্ট্রিম চলছে না, ঘুরছে।
তারা বন্ধ করে চলে। এই দেখো
খাতা,
দেখতে পাচ্ছ? হ্যাঁ, এটা পুরো ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ডে, এটা পোর্টফোলিওতে দেবো ভাবছি, ভালোই লাগছে। নস্টালজিয়া হিট। এটা কি কোনো ইমেজ নাকি? না ইমেজ না, সরি, এটা স্প্যান। হ্যাঁ ভালোই তো, এখানে এত কটা ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ডে দেখো আছে, দেখেছো? নেক্সট পেজ, ওরে বাপরে, আমি বললাম এই কটাই আছে, এত আছে।
ইয়েস,
নাইস, সবকটা অতটা ভালো। এটা ভালো, এটা হলো আর কি, একই রকম সব রেডি টুল টিপ দেখি তো কি আছে আরে ইরিস সহজেই তো damn লোডার কার্ড দেখি ও কার্ড তো দেখলাম
আচ্ছা এই কি ভাই গেম ডেভেলপমেন্ট আছে ডেভেলপমেন্ট নেই
কোথায় ও লোডার দেখি তো বাটাম দেখি বাটাম এইটা আমি ইউজ করেছিলাম মনে হয় স্পেস কথা তুমি 100x devs এর এগুলো করো না কেন
অ্যাসাইনমেন্ট
ওদের GitHub অ্যাসাইনমেন্ট না GitHub অ্যাসাইনমেন্ট ওইসব করো না কেন
তো GitHub খুলেও দেখি না
কেন কি করো না কেন
কানেক্ট ইওর পেমেন্ট মেথড টু গেট স্টার্টেড স্ট্রাইপ তো ইন্ডিয়াতে নেই
না স্ট্রাইপ নেই তুমি ডোডো পেমেন্ট ইউজ করতে পারো
একটা আমি এ করছি বসে বসে কি বলে বাই মিয়া কফি করছি বাই মিয়া কফি
পেপ্যাল ইউজ করে না
পেপ্যাল ছিল আমার কাছে কিন্তু অ্যাকাউন্ট ভুলে গেছি
পরে করে তাহলে এখন দরকার কি আছে পরে করে এই বাই মিয়া কফিতে কেউ বাই করে দেয় কফি
হ্যাঁ দেয় You get paid directly, no waiting around or payouts. Your money goes straight to you. Can I change my mind? No worries, you'll be able to set up a free payment account during the... আচ্ছা আছে তো তাহলে
ওটা স্ক্রিনের দিকে তাকাও একবার
হ্যাঁ
স্ক্রিনের দিকে
ছবি তুলবি না এবার
আরে হ্যাঁ একটা তাকাও না
Connect a payment method.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
दान ध्यान কত কি ফিচার্স আছে রে যাচ্ছে এরা नाइस तब मुझे मेरा लिंक दे दो भैया जी मैं भिक्षा मांग लूं जरा ওরে তেরা পোস্ট করা যায় রে তেরা এই লিংকটাই যা তো দেখি কি দেখায় তোকে পাঠাচ্ছি দেখ লিংকটা যা তো দেখি কি দেখা
কোথায় লিঙ্ক ও ড্যাম ভালোই তো লাগছে
খোল খোল দেখি
হ্যালো এভরি না 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 স্পেলিং ভুল হচ্ছে এভরি ওয়ান বেজেস কপি কন্ট্রিবিউট
কোথায় তুই আমাকে দান করার জন্য দিচ্ছে না কিছু
না
এ কি হলো
দিচ্ছে না
how to get the donation link ও এই সবগুলো করলে তবে আমি পাবো পেমেন্ট মেথডটা অ্যাড করলে তবে পাবো স্ট্রাইপ ফাইভ নেই তো ভাই আমার
পেপালই করতে হবে স্ট্রাইপ হবে না
বাই মিয়া কফিতে যাই কফি আমার লাগবে না
Medicsson.
Fund your creative work. Accept or start a membership to set up shop. Give your audience an easy way to say thanks.
ওই ছেলেটাও ডিপি চেঞ্জ করে নিয়েছে ওর নিজের মুক্তি সরিয়ে নিয়েছে
দেখি
দেখো এই দেখো নোটিফিকেশনে দেখো ডিপি চেঞ্জ করে নিয়েছে র্যান্ডম ডিপি লাগিয়ে নিয়েছে একটা
এটা ও নয়
ও এই দেখো
ওর এটা খোল বেন্টোটা খোল ওর ছবি দেখ
হ্যাঁ
বেন্টোর লিংকটা খোল ও ছবিটা
ওই ছিল
ছবিটা দেখ
এই
ওটা নয় নিচে
এটাও বানিয়েছে এত ভালোই তো লাগে
নিচে পাল্টে দিয়েছে ছবিটা ওকে মনে খুব চেটেছে ভাই
এটা ভালোই তো বানিয়েছে
এটা ওর নয় বেন্টো দিয়ে বানানো
ও আচ্ছা বেন্টো আচ্ছা
ওর ছবিটা কিরম বলতো
কিরকম
মোটা ভোদকা টাকলু পাল্টে দিয়েছে ভয়
না এখানেও চেঞ্জ করবে কোথাও তো থাকবে লিঙ্কডইনে তো থাকবে লিঙ্কডইনেও নাকি চেঞ্জ করে দিয়েছে নাকি मिल गया এটা তো দেখো দাদা
দেখতে পেয়েছি
দাদা দেখতে পেয়েছো
Yo, bro. I'm not coding anything. I was working on my portfolio. Website or social link. I have to give a social link. Twitter. Yes.
দেখো এটা তোমার ছবি দেখেছো
Thank you. স্ট্রাইপ আছে ইন্ডিয়াতে।
বড় করে নাও স্ট্রাইপ অ্যাটলাস দিয়ে করতে হয়। কোথায়
What?
कहाँ है
Let's get
इंडिया?
started. Email. I logged in with email. Oh, Strike Connect account. ফোন নাম্বার দিতে হবে আবার।
তুমি কোহর 3 তে আছো না?
হুম।
सुपर 30 नोएडा। $99,000 damn.
What?
Ah.
अरे यार কান্ট্রি ইন্ডিয়া কতগুলো কান্ট্রি সাপোর্ট করে রে ইন্ডিয়া
স্ট্রাইপ লাগবে তোমার স্ট্রাইপের অ্যাকাউন্ট নেই তো কি করে করবে
I don't know they are redirected me to connect Stripe and I'm making an account there. I have to fill all the legal documents. अरे यार
আরে বাই মি কফি এখন করতে হবে না আগে মেন জিনিসটা করো এটা লাস্ট করো এখন কি এটা করছো তুমি
আরে কম্পোনেন্ট ডাইরেক্ট দিয়ে দেয় What was your first programming language?
TypeScript.
No.
TypeScript.
I think in our college.
Mine was Python.
I think in our college I first started programming. I think it was C. Yeah, it was C. I see.
MSc কোড এইসব হাইড করে রাখো দেখাচ্ছি
আমি সিলাবই করিনি
তুমি সুব্রনীলের সাইটটা করে দেখি তো কি আছে এটাতে ভালোই আছে আমি চেঞ্জ করব না ঠিক আছে না চেঞ্জ করতে হবে
yes
একবার বলো তো কি চেঞ্জ করবে
nothing
ইমেজগুলো দেখো না একবার
ना 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 ना
देखो एक बार
थोड़ा बाद में देखता हूँ ना
पता क्यों ऐसे था
Who
ट्री में ऐसे क्यों
I don't know I know Do you think Java is a good language to start with? Yeah, Java is a good language to start with but
if you want to
once you learn Java you have to go deep into Java because Java ecosystem is very separate from like other ecosystems. True with C++, I think. But JavaScript is like completely different world.
দাদা
কি
কালকে পোর্টফোলিও রিভিউতে তুমি পোর্টফোলিওটা দিও তোমার ঠিক আছে
No, I don't think mine will be finished by then.
না এটা কেন দেবা মানে তুমি একটা নোশন ডাক বানাও ওর মধ্যে তোমার যা প্রজেক্ট আছে জাস্ট ওগুলোকে ওর লিংকের সাথে নামের সাথে লিংক দিয়ে দেবা ওখানে দিয়ে দেওয়া চেক করো
I don't think any good will come with that because like two of the designers are coming now, so if our design is good then it's actually like giving worth a shot.
No, I am telling you like a sarcasm, like troll them.
No. I troll them too much. They're going to think I'm a joker.
Don't know why. There is already a joker in the group.
Buy me a coffee. Coffee.
Sripanna Chakraborty. Bro's content, bro's thumbnail, bro. 40 subscribers.
Yes, I'm stuck at 40 subscriber. But the thing is, I don't watch subscriber counts. Neither do I tell anyone to subscribe, neither do I tell anyone to like.
Or you only count the paisa.
No paisa. Only streaming. I don't
super
care.
Chat, only super chat. जो
No
super
super
chat नहीं
chat.
करेगा उसका chat नहीं पड़ेगा. Google Analytics. Google Analytics. Piece of start measuring. আর্সেলের অ্যানালিটিক্সও দেখা যায় আমার কি কি প্রজেক্ট কমপ্লিট হয়েছে রোস্ট মাই আইডিয়া হয়ে গেছে টাইনি স্নিপেট হয়ে গেছে লিভ টু ক্যাশটা আরো ডিলিট মারতে হবে ওটা হয়ে যাবে বাকি গেট স্টার্ট দেন তাহলে আমার কটা পুজো করে একটা দুটো তিনটে চারটে পাঁচটা ছটা দেন সাতটা দেন আটটা দাদা আমার আটখানা প্রজেক্ট কমপ্লিট হয়ে আছে আটখানা প্রজেক্ট হয়ে আছে আমার
Good job.
আটটা
Brother, 6 people are watching me. How can it be? This is, I think, the best viewer counts by far.
বলো যারা যারা দেখছে তাদেরকে
Thank you for watching me. Nothing more, nothing less.
সুপার চ্যাট করতে বলো সুপার চ্যাট
No. I don't need money. पैसा करती तू पैसे पे तू मचती বাই মি আ কফি দেখ তো একবার ডিজাইনটা ঠিক আছে আপাতত প্লেস হোল্ডারের জন্য বাই মি আ কফি দিচ্ছি ঠিকই আছে I don't think it's bad. Yeah, we are in a Discord call, brother.
लड़का है कि लड़की है दिया
अरे this is the person I'm talking to. বড় হচ্ছে না কেন তোর ছবিটা
That's what she said.
What?
Freelancer খুঁজে দাও একটা freelance খুঁজে দাও
বাস
বুঝলে
buy me a coffee. I think any padding.
The freelance খুঁজে দাও
Yeah.
The freelance খুঁজে দাও type of language? YC funded startup. দাদা হিসাবটা করতে হবে তো।
Everything's okay, but why is it pushing it down? I don't know. Yeah, now it's good. After UIs, I do understand that.
Okay, I am coming in 1 minute.
I think I should go into a component. Okay. I'm making my portfolio website, brother. This one. It's in the side monitor, so you can't see. Thank you. I hope it like comes out looking good. I don't know. Oh no. Have to pass card. Like a blue. Color is adding, but wait a second. Yep, now it's okay. Are you going to try to find a job or do freelance? Right now I'm in college. I am doing freelancing work. But yeah, ultimate goal is to find a job. Ah, I have to give this here. Now I understand. Wait, এরকম করা যায় না? Lord. Immediately. What happened? On terminated regular expression. Oh, save করিনি। Good. It's done. This is a minor change. Nav bar. Do not need this. This is a minor change. And I don't think it is. I have to go. Bye bye. It was a good stream, good 8 hours of work. Nice.